Close your eyes. Before you lies an endless sea of grass. A handful of horsemen cross the silent Mongolian steppe, small enough that no one would ever fear them. Yet within a single lifetime, they would build the greatest land empire in history. At their head rides one man, Genghis Khan. His sword rises toward the sky. For a single moment, the world seems to hold its breath. Then, the earth begins to shake. Thousands of horses thunder across the steppe. Blue banners fill the horizon. An unstoppable army races toward the unknown. A new empire is born, one that will stretch from the Pacific Ocean to the gates of Europe. One that will change the fate of kingdoms, reshape continents, and redraw the map of the world. But if they conquered more land than any empire before them, why did such a powerful empire fall into ruin? Tonight, we follow the Mongol Empire from its humble beginnings through legendary victories, remarkable leaders, and the rise to ruin of history's greatest land empire. Hello and welcome. If you enjoy falling asleep while exploring the greatest mysteries of history and science, you're in exactly the right place. I'm truly happy you're here tonight. Before we begin, I'd love to know which of my knight companions are joining me this evening, wherever you are in the world. And whatever time it is where you live, don't forget to leave your city and your local time in the comments below. One of my favorite parts of every morning is reading your messages. Seeing knight companions checking in from every corner of the world always reminds me of one simple thing. Even on the quietest nights, none of us are ever truly alone. And now, let's dim the lights just a little more. If these peaceful journeys through history help you relax, quiet your mind, or drift off to sleep, I'd really appreciate it if you could like this video and subscribe to the channel. That small gesture helps our Knight Companions community continue to grow. Now, make yourself comfortable, take one slow, deep breath, and together, let's travel back more than 800 years, to the windswept plains of Mongolia. This is the true story of the rise and fall of the Mongol Empire. Long before the Mongol Empire appeared, the vast grasslands of Central Asia were already shaping the people who lived upon them, stretching for thousands of kilometers from eastern Mongolia toward the lands of the Turks. The steppe was one of the largest continuous grasslands on Earth. There were few forests, few mountains capable of offering protection, almost no permanent cities. Instead, families lived as nomads, moving constantly with their horses, sheep, goats, and cattle in search of fresh pasture. Life on the steppe demanded resilience. Summers could be hot and dry. Winters were long, bitterly cold, and often deadly. A single season of heavy snow or drought could destroy an entire herd, leaving a family with little chance of survival. Every decision mattered, and even experienced leaders could lose everything to nature alone. The people of the steppe adapted to this demanding environment over countless generations. Horses became the center of everyday life. Children learned to ride almost as soon as they could walk. Skilled archers could accurately fire their bows while galloping at full speed, a talent that would later astonish armies across Eurasia. Yet the steppe was never home to a single nation. Instead, it was divided among many competing tribes and confederations. Among the most influential were the Mongols, the Tartars, the Kerates, the Naimans, and the Merkits. To the south, the powerful Jin dynasty ruled northern China, while the Tangut kingdom of western Xia controlled important trade routes along the edge of the Gobi Desert. These neighboring states frequently intervened in steppe politics, supporting one tribe against another whenever it served their own interests. As a result, alliances rarely lasted. A tribe that fought beside you one year might become your enemy the next. Marriage alliances created temporary peace. Old blood feuds destroyed it again. Leaders rose quickly through courage and charisma, only to be overthrown or abandoned when fortunes changed. No single ruler possessed enough power to unite every tribe for long. The open grasslands made conquest possible, but holding power proved far more difficult. Loyalty was personal rather than institutional. Warriors followed successful leaders, yet they could just as easily leave if another chief appeared stronger or offered greater rewards. For centuries, this cycle repeated itself across the Mongolian steppe. Raids, shifting alliances, and tribal rivalries became an ordinary part of life. Every generation inherited conflicts from the one before it, and every family understood that peace was often temporary. To outsiders, the steppe may have seemed like a distant wilderness beyond the borders of civilization. In reality, it was producing some of the finest horsemen in the world. It was also waiting for someone capable of achieving what countless chiefs before him had failed to accomplish. Someone who could unite rival tribes, break generations of division, and change the course of world history. But what if that person began life not as a powerful prince, but as a forgotten child, struggling simply to survive? By the middle of the 12th century, the Mongolian steppe remained as divided as ever. Powerful tribes competed constantly for pasture, livestock, trade routes, and influence. Alliances were formed through marriage and broken through betrayal. No leader had yet found a way to unite the tribes for more than a short time. It was into this uncertain and often violent world that one of history's most influential figures was born. Most modern historians place Temüjin's birth around 1162, although medieval sources offer slightly different dates. Like many events from his early life, the exact year remains uncertain because the nomadic peoples of the steppe left very few written records. Much of what we know today comes from the secret history of the Mongols, written shortly after his death, together with Persian chroniclers such as Rashid al-Din and later Chinese histories. While these sources occasionally disagree on details, they tell remarkably similar stories about the extraordinary childhood of the man who would later become known as Genghis Khan. According to the secret history of the Mongols, Temüjin was born near the upper reaches of the Onon River, one of the great rivers of northeastern Mongolia. His father was Yesugei, a respected chief of the Borjigin clan, while his mother, Holan, had already experienced the harsh realities of life on the steppe long before her son's birth. Years earlier, Yesugei had taken Holan from the Merkit tribe while she was traveling with her first husband, an act that followed certain steppe customs of the period, but also created a blood feud that would echo through Temüjin's life many years later. Temüjin's birth was surrounded by a legend that has survived for more than 8 centuries. Medieval Mongol sources describe the newborn child entering the world with a clot of blood clenched tightly in his right hand. To the people of the steppe, this was no ordinary detail. Blood held in the hand was widely interpreted as a sign that the child was destined to become a great warrior and military leader. Whether this story reflects an actual belief at the time or was added later to emphasize Temujin's extraordinary destiny is impossible to know. Many rulers throughout history acquired similar legends after their rise to power. Nevertheless, the image of the infant holding a blood clot became one of the most enduring symbols associated with Genghis Khan's birth. His name also carried meaning. According to tradition, Yesugei had recently captured a Tatar warrior named Temüjin during one of the frequent conflicts between rival tribes. It was common among steppe peoples to name children after notable events or defeated enemies, and the newborn boy received the warrior's name. At the time, no one could have imagined that this child would one day eclipse the memory of the man after whom he had been named. Although later generations often imagined Genghis Khan as the son of a mighty king, the reality was far more modest. Yesugei was an important tribal leader, but he ruled only a portion of the Borjigin people. His authority depended largely upon personal loyalty rather than permanent political institutions. Like every other chief on the steppe, he constantly negotiated alliances, settled disputes, and defended his followers against rival tribes. His position brought influence, but it offered no guarantee that his family would remain secure after his death. When Temüjin was about 9 years old, another event occurred that would shape the course of his future. Following long-established Mongol tradition, Yesugei began searching for a suitable bride for his son. Marriage among the nomadic tribes was never simply a private family matter. It created alliances between clans, strengthened political relationships, and helped maintain peace between powerful families. During their journey, Yesugei brought Temüjin to the Ongjurat tribe, where they were welcomed by a respected leader named Day Sechen. There, the young Temüjin met a girl named Bert. Medieval accounts describe Bert as intelligent, composed, and well-respected within her family. According to custom, Temüjin remained with the Ongjurat for a short time while the marriage agreement was arranged. The two families agreed that Bert would eventually become his wife when both children reached adulthood. For Temüjin, this may have seemed like the beginning of a promising future. His father remained an influential chief. A valuable marriage alliance had been secured. His place within the Borjigin clan appeared stable. Yet events on the steppe could change with astonishing speed. As Yesugei traveled home alone, he encountered a group of Tartars preparing a feast. The Tartars were among the Borjigin's long-standing enemies, but according to the customs of hospitality practiced across the steppe, a traveler could often join a meal without immediately revealing his identity. Yesugei accepted their invitation. During the gathering, however, the Tartars recognized him. Remembering old conflicts, they secretly poisoned his food or drink before allowing him to continue his journey. Yesugei managed to return home, but his condition rapidly worsened. Realizing that death was approaching, he sent word for Temüjin to return immediately from the Ongjurat camp. Before long, the young boy was reunited with his father. The reunion was brief. Yesugei died soon afterward, leaving behind a widow and several young children in one of the most dangerous political environments imaginable. His death transformed everything. Without Yesugei's leadership, many of his followers quickly abandoned the family. The tribal chiefs who had once pledged loyalty saw little reason to remain with a household led only by Holan and her children. On the Mongolian steppe, Loyalty often belonged to the leader rather than the bloodline. Once the leader disappeared, so too did many of his supporters. One by one, the families departed. The herds disappeared with them. The warriors rode away. The protection that had surrounded Temüjin since birth vanished almost overnight. Holan and her children found themselves alone on the vast grasslands, abandoned by the very people who had once shared their camps. For a child who had been expected to inherit his father's position, the change was almost unimaginable. Within only a few weeks, Temüjin had lost both his father and the security that came with belonging to a powerful tribe. The years ahead would not be defined by leadership or glory. They would be defined by hunger. And it was during those years of desperate survival that the future Genghis Khan would begin to take shape. Yesugei's death marked the beginning of the most difficult years of Temujin's life. With no tribe willing to support them, Holan and her children were forced to survive entirely on their own. For a family that had once belonged to an influential clan, the change was dramatic. The protection of experienced warriors had disappeared. Large herds were gone. Even the simplest necessities became daily challenges. Life on the Mongolian steppe was unforgiving for families without livestock. Herds were the primary source of food, clothing, transportation, and wealth. Losing them meant losing almost everything. Holan understood that if her children were to survive, they would have to depend entirely on the land around them. Historical sources describe these years as a constant struggle against hunger. Holan gathered wild onions, edible roots, berries, and whatever plants could be found during the changing seasons. The children searched riverbanks for fish and trapped small animals whenever they could. Every successful catch meant another day of survival. Every failed hunt meant another night of going to sleep hungry. These experiences shaped Temüjin in ways that no formal education ever could. Unlike the sons of many noble families, he did not grow up surrounded by servants or protected by powerful warriors. He learned firsthand how quickly fortune could disappear and how easily even respected families could fall into poverty. Years later, when he became ruler of the Mongols, he rarely forgot the hardships of those who followed him. Many historians believe these childhood experiences influenced his later policies of rewarding loyalty and ability rather than wealth or noble birth. Yet hunger created another problem inside the family itself. Yesugei had children from more than one wife. Among them was Temujin's older half-brother, Bekta. According to steppe tradition, Bekta began assuming greater authority within the household after their father's death. As food became increasingly scarce, disagreements over hunting and sharing supplies gradually turned into open resentment. The exact details remain uncertain, but the secret history of the Mongols records that Temujin and his younger full brother, Karsar, eventually decided to confront Bekta. One day they followed him away from the camp while he was watching over the family's horses. There, far from the others, they drew their bows. According to the account, Bekta understood immediately what was about to happen. Rather than fighting his younger brothers, he accepted his fate. Before the arrows were released, he reportedly asked only one thing. He begged them not to harm their younger siblings after his death. Moments later, Temujin and Karsar killed him. For modern readers, the episode is both shocking and tragic. Yet it also reveals the extraordinary pressures faced by families struggling simply to stay alive. Historians continue to debate whether the killing was driven entirely by disputes over food or whether deeper questions of authority within the family also played an important role. Whatever the reason, Bekta's death became one of the defining moments of Temujin's youth. Holan was devastated. She openly condemned her sons and reminded them that a divided family could never hope to survive on the steppe. Her anger reflected more than the loss of one child. It reflected the realization that hardship itself had begun to tear the family apart. Not long afterward, another danger emerged. The Temüjin, a powerful branch related to the Borjigin clan, had never completely forgotten Yesugei's family. Although Temujin had lost his father's position, he still carried the bloodline of an important leader. To potential rivals, that alone made him a threat. One day, Temujin warriors captured the young Temujin. Rather than executing him immediately, they chose to humiliate him. A heavy wooden kang was locked around his neck, making even the simplest movements exhausting. He could barely eat, sleep, or walk. Forced to carry the wooden frame wherever he went, he became a public reminder of what happened to those who challenged stronger tribes. For many young men, such humiliation might have destroyed every hope of leadership. Instead, Temujin remained patient. He carefully observed the routines of his captors. He noticed which guards remained alert and which became careless after long days. He waited for an opportunity rather than attempting a desperate escape. That opportunity finally arrived one evening. As darkness settled across the camp, Temujin slipped away, carrying the heavy wooden collar still locked around his neck. The escape was extraordinarily dangerous. Mounted warriors immediately began searching the surrounding grasslands with torches. Unable to outrun horsemen while wearing the wooden kang, Temujin hid himself in a nearby river, lowering his body beneath the water and leaving only his face above the surface to breathe. For several terrifying moments, his survival depended entirely on remaining perfectly still while the searchers passed nearby. His escape might have ended there if not for the actions of one remarkable man. A member of the Temüjin named Sorkin Shira discovered the young fugitive hiding among the reeds. He could have returned Temujin to his captors and earned the gratitude of his own tribe. Instead, he chose a far more dangerous path. Sorkin Shira secretly hid Temujin, and later, with the help of his sons, removed the heavy wooden kang and provided him with food before helping him escape into the night. It was an act of extraordinary courage. Assisting a prisoner could easily have cost Sorkin Shira and his family their lives. Temujin never forgot what had been done for him. Years later, after becoming ruler of the Mongols, he rewarded Sorkin Shira and those who had helped him. It was one of the earliest examples of a principle that would later define his rule. Temujin increasingly judged people not by their family background, but by their loyalty, courage, and actions. The years of hunger had taught him how fragile power could be. His captivity had taught him the value of patience, and the kindness of strangers had shown him that true loyalty could appear in the most unexpected places. Very soon, another relationship would shape his future even more profoundly. It would begin as one of history's greatest friendships, and it would eventually become one of its greatest rivalries. By the time Temujin reached early adulthood, he had survived hardships that would have broken many others. Hunger, captivity, and betrayal had taught him resilience, but they had also shown him an important truth. No leader could survive alone on the Mongolian steppe. Success depended on loyal allies as much as personal courage. It was during these years that Temujin's relationship with Jamaka became one of the defining friendships of his life. The exact circumstances of their first meeting are unknown, but medieval Mongol sources agree that the two young nobles met while they were still growing up among the tribes of the steppe. They came from different branches of the Mongol world, yet they shared remarkably similar experiences. Both had learned to ride from an early age. Both had grown up in a land where leadership depended upon courage, reputation, and the ability to inspire others. Their friendship deepened over time. They hunted together, traveled together, and spent long periods riding across the grasslands. Like many young warriors, they dreamed of bringing honor to their families and earning the respect of the steppe. At a time when tribal politics were dominated by older chiefs, neither young man yet knew how dramatically their own generation would reshape the future. According to the secret history of the Mongols, Temujin and Jamaka eventually became Anda, or sworn brothers. Among the Mongols, Anda was far more than ordinary friendship. Two men who entered such a bond promised lifelong loyalty, mutual protection, and complete trust. They regarded one another as brothers regardless of blood. Breaking such an oath was considered one of the greatest betrayals imaginable. For Temujin, whose childhood had been marked by abandonment and loss, this bond carried enormous importance. Jamaka was no longer simply a companion. He became the person Temujin trusted more than anyone outside his own family. The two young warriors spent years fighting beside one another in the small tribal conflicts that constantly shaped life on the steppe. These were not yet the great campaigns that would later change Eurasia, but they provided valuable military experience and strengthened the reputation of both men. Around the same period, Temujin fulfilled the marriage agreement that had been arranged years earlier by his father. He returned to the Ongjurat tribe and married Bert. Historical sources describe Bert as intelligent, calm, and remarkably capable. Throughout Temujin's life, she would become one of his closest advisors and one of the few people whose judgment he consistently trusted. The marriage, however, also revived an old conflict. Many years earlier, Yesujay had taken Holan from the Merkit tribe. The Merkits had never forgotten that humiliation. To them, abducting Bert was not simply an attack on Temujin. It was an act of revenge for events that had taken place a generation before. Only a short time after the wedding, Merkit horsemen launched a surprise raid on Temujin's camp during the night. The attack was swift and well organized. Temujin escaped with only a handful of followers, but Bert was captured and carried away across the steppe. For Temujin, rescuing her alone was impossible. His own followers were still too few, and the Merkits remained a powerful tribal confederation. Instead of acting recklessly, he chose diplomacy. He first sought help from Togrul, the ruler of the Kerate tribe. Togrul had once been a close ally of Yesujay and agreed to honor that old relationship by supporting Temujin. Temujin then turned to Jamaka. Without hesitation, his sworn brother agreed to join the campaign. Together, Temujin, Jamaka, and Togrul united their forces against the Merkits. The alliance demonstrated an ability that would later define Temujin's leadership. Rather than relying only on his own warriors, he understood how to build coalitions and persuade different leaders to fight for a common objective. The combined army launched a rapid attack before the Merkits could organize an effective defense. Historical accounts suggest that the operation was carefully coordinated, with the Allied forces striking from multiple directions before dawn. The Merkit camp collapsed in confusion, and Bert was successfully rescued. The campaign became Temujin's first major military success. More importantly, it proved that cooperation between different tribes could achieve what no single clan could accomplish alone. The victory also strengthened Temujin's growing reputation as a leader capable of inspiring loyalty beyond his own family. Yet success also revealed differences that had remained hidden during their younger years. Although Temujin and Jamaka respected one another deeply, they did not imagine the future of the steppe in the same way. Jamaka believed the traditional aristocratic order should remain unchanged. In his view, leadership naturally belonged to noble families whose ancestors had ruled for generations. Social rank and noble birth formed the foundation of political authority, and preserving that order ensured stability. Temujin gradually developed a different vision. His own childhood had convinced him that noble birth alone guaranteed nothing. The people who had abandoned his family after Yesugei's death had often been nobles. The people who had saved his life, including Sorkin Shearer, had acted out of loyalty rather than status. These experiences persuaded Temujin that courage, ability, and loyalty mattered more than ancestry. Over time, he began rewarding those who proved themselves regardless of their background. Warriors who demonstrated skill could rise through the ranks even if they came from humble families. This principle would later become one of the defining characteristics of the Mongol Empire and one of the reasons for its extraordinary military success. At first, these differences did not destroy the friendship between the two Anda. They continued to respect one another, and neither imagined that their political ideas would eventually place them on opposite sides of the steppe. But history often changes long before anyone realizes it. One day, the two men who once called each other brother would lead two different visions for the future of the steppe. But how did two sworn brothers become the greatest enemies the Mongol world had ever known? The rescue of Bert marked an important turning point in Temujin's rise. His victory over the Merkits strengthened his reputation throughout the Mongolian steppe, and more warriors began leaving rival chiefs to join his growing following. Many were drawn not simply by his military success, but by the way he rewarded loyalty and ability rather than noble birth. This approach challenged traditions that had shaped steppe society for generations. Not everyone welcomed these changes. Among those who viewed Temujin's growing influence with concern was Jamaka. Once they had shared the same dreams and sworn eternal loyalty as Anda, or blood brothers. Now they increasingly represented two different visions for the future of the steppe. Jamaka believed the old aristocratic order should remain unchanged. In his view, leadership belonged to noble families whose ancestors had ruled for generations. Social status and bloodline determined a person's place within society. Temujin disagreed. His own childhood had convinced him that courage, loyalty, and ability mattered more than ancestry. Warriors who proved themselves in battle deserved responsibility, regardless of the family into which they had been born. As these differences became more visible, many tribal leaders found themselves forced to choose a side. Some remained loyal to Jamaka and the traditional nobility. Others believed Temujin offered a more stable future and gradually joined his growing alliance. The friendship that had once united the two young warriors slowly gave way to political rivalry. Around 1201, Jamaka's supporters gathered in a great assembly and proclaimed him Gur Khan, a title meaning universal ruler. The decision was more than a ceremonial honor. It was a direct challenge to Temujin's growing authority. From that moment, compromise became increasingly unlikely. Two ambitious leaders now claimed the right to shape the future of the Mongolian steppe. The rivalry soon developed into open civil war. The conflict reached one of its earliest and most significant moments at the Battle of Dalan Baltshut. Medieval sources differ on some details of the battle, but they agree that Temujin suffered an important defeat. Jamaka's forces successfully pushed back Temujin's army, forcing him to retreat and reconsider his strategy. It was a painful reminder that his rise was far from inevitable. Yet the battle itself was not what people remembered most. What happened afterward shocked the steppe. According to the secret history of the Mongols and several later historical sources, Jamaka ordered a group of captured commanders loyal to Temujin to be executed by boiling them alive. Although violence was common on the steppe, this method of execution was considered exceptionally cruel. Even among rival tribes, such punishment crossed a line that many leaders believed should never be crossed. News of the executions spread quickly across Mongolia. Chiefs who had remained neutral began questioning Jamaka's judgment. Ordinary warriors wondered whether a leader willing to treat prisoners in such a manner could truly unite the steppe. The incident damaged Jamaka's reputation far beyond the battlefield. Temujin responded very differently. Rather than ruling through fear alone, he continued welcoming capable men from different tribes into his growing coalition. Warriors who demonstrated courage could earn important positions regardless of their family background. Many who had once served rival chiefs gradually chose to follow him instead. His army grew not only in numbers, but also in experience and loyalty. During these years, Temujin's influence expanded steadily. One tribe after another accepted his leadership, while Jamaka found it increasingly difficult to maintain the broad alliance that had once supported him. The struggle between the two former blood brothers was no longer simply a personal rivalry. It had become a contest between two completely different ideas about how the Mongolian steppe should be governed. The steppe could no longer support two competing leaders. Sooner or later, one of them would prevail. The years following the Battle of Dalan Baltshut gradually changed the balance of power across the Mongolian steppe. Although Jamaka remained an influential leader, his authority was no longer as secure as it had once been. The execution of Temujin's captured commanders had damaged his reputation, and many tribal chiefs began to question whether he was the right man to unite the steppe. At the same time, Temujin continued expanding his influence. His victories were important, but they were not the only reason people joined him. Many warriors believed they would be judged more fairly under his leadership. Positions of responsibility were increasingly given to those who demonstrated courage, loyalty, and ability rather than noble ancestry. For ordinary warriors, this represented an opportunity that had rarely existed before. One by one, tribes that had once supported Jamaka began changing sides. Some joined Temujin willingly after negotiations. Others accepted his authority after military defeat. A few attempted to remain neutral, But as Temujin's power continued to grow, neutrality became increasingly difficult to maintain. Jamaka understood that the political landscape of the steppe was changing. The aristocratic system he had defended for years was gradually losing support to Temujin's new vision of leadership. Many of his closest allies abandoned him, believing that Temujin offered a stronger and more stable future for the Mongol tribes. Eventually, Jamaka found himself with only a small group of loyal followers. Even among them, uncertainty had begun to spread. According to the secret history of the Mongols, several of Jamaka's remaining companions made a decision that reflected the changing fortunes of the steppe. Hoping to gain Temujin's favor, they arrested their own leader and delivered him into Temujin's hands. For Temujin, it was an extraordinary moment. The man standing before him was not simply another defeated rival. He was the friend who had hunted beside him during childhood, the sworn brother who had shared his dreams, the ally who had helped rescue Bert, the man with whom he had once promised lifelong loyalty beneath the endless sky. Temujin reacted in a way that surprised many. Rather than rewarding the men who had betrayed Jamaka, he condemned their actions. In his view, anyone willing to betray his own leader could never be fully trusted. Historical sources record that the men who had delivered Jamaka were executed. Loyalty remained one of the highest values in Temujin's world, even when it was shown to an enemy. Temujin then met Jamaka for what would become the final time. The exact words exchanged between them have not survived with certainty. However, the secret history preserves the tradition that Jamaka accepted his defeat with dignity. He understood that the struggle for control of the steppe had come to an end. Jamaka made one final request. He asked that his blood should not be spilled. Among the peoples of the steppe, allowing the blood of a noble to touch the ground carried deep symbolic meaning. A death without bloodshed was considered more honorable for someone of high status. Temujin respected that request. Jamaka was executed without his blood being shed, most likely by having his back or neck broken, a method recorded in several medieval sources for noble prisoners. Although the details differ slightly between historical accounts, they agree that Temujin granted his former blood brother the honorable death he had requested. With Jamaka's death, one of the most remarkable friendships in Mongol history came to an end. The two boys who had once ridden together across the grasslands had ultimately chosen different paths. One believed power should remain with the ancient aristocracy. The other believed leadership should belong to those who earned it through loyalty and ability. Their conflict had shaped the future of the Mongolian steppe. Their friendship had shaped Temujin himself. Many historians believe that without Jamaka, Temujin might never have developed into the leader who would later unite the Mongols. Throughout his rise, his greatest rival had also been the man who constantly forced him to become stronger, more patient, and more capable. By the beginning of the 13th century, no rival remained powerful enough to challenge Temujin's authority. For the first time in generations, nearly the entire Mongolian steppe recognized a single dominant leader. Temujin was no longer fighting simply to survive. He was no longer fighting only for revenge. He stood on the edge of creating something that no leader before him had ever achieved. Temujin was now without rivals, but uniting the tribes was only the beginning. With Jamaka's death, no rival remained capable of challenging Temujin's authority over the Mongolian steppe. After decades of warfare, Shifting alliances and political instability, the tribes were finally prepared to recognize a single leader. For the first time in generations, the possibility of lasting unity no longer seemed impossible. In the spring of 1206, the leading chiefs of the Mongol tribes gathered near the headwaters of the Onon River for a great Kurultai, the traditional assembly where major political decisions were made. Throughout the history of the steppe, such gatherings had been used to choose leaders, settle disputes, and discuss matters affecting the tribes. This meeting, however, would become one of the most important political events in world history. During the assembly, Temüjin was formally proclaimed Genghis Khan. Although historians continue to debate the exact meaning of the title, it is generally understood to represent a universal ruler or supreme sovereign. More important than its exact translation was what it symbolized. Temüjin was no longer merely the chief of one tribe or the leader of a military alliance. He had become the ruler of a united Mongol nation. The ceremony marked far more than the rise of one man. It marked the birth of a completely new political system. Previous leaders had usually depended upon temporary alliances between powerful clans. Genghis Khan intended to build something much stronger. Instead of ruling through fragile agreements between tribal nobles, he began creating permanent institutions that answered directly to him. One of his first priorities was the establishment of a common legal code known as the Yasa. Although the complete text has not survived, medieval sources describe it as a collection of laws, military regulations, and administrative principles that applied throughout the growing Mongol state. The Yasa emphasized discipline, obedience, and responsibility. Theft, desertion, and betrayal were punished severely, while loyalty and military service were rewarded. Perhaps even more revolutionary was Genghis Khan's approach to leadership. For centuries, power on the steppe had belonged primarily to noble families. Birth often mattered more than ability. Genghis Khan gradually dismantled that tradition. He promoted men because they had demonstrated courage, intelligence, and loyalty, rather than because they came from prestigious bloodlines. Some of his most trusted commanders had begun life as ordinary warriors. Others had once belonged to rival tribes. A few had even fought against him before eventually joining his cause. Under the new system, talent could elevate a person further than ancestry ever could. This philosophy transformed not only the Mongol army, but also Mongol society itself. Genghis Khan also understood that old tribal loyalties remained a constant threat to unity. Families who had fought one another for generations could easily return to old rivalries if allowed to remain organized along traditional lines. To prevent this, he reorganized his followers into entirely new military and administrative units. Instead of grouping men according to tribe, they were assigned to mixed units composed of people from different clans. The basic organization followed a decimal structure. 10 men formed the smallest unit. 10 of these units formed 100. 10 hundreds formed 1,000. 10 thousands formed a tumen, one of the largest military formations in the Mongol army. This decimal system was remarkably effective. It simplified military organization, improved communication, strengthened discipline. Most importantly, it weakened the influence of tribal identity. A warrior's first loyalty was no longer expected to belong to his clan. It belonged to the state, and to Genghis Khan. These reforms permanently changed the political landscape of the steppe. For generations, tribal chiefs had competed for influence through family connections and inherited privilege. Now, a centralized government had begun replacing that fragmented system. Military service, administration, and justice increasingly followed common rules rather than tribal traditions. In many ways, this was the true beginning of the Mongol Empire. The victories that would later astonish the world became possible because Genghis Khan had first transformed the society behind them. He did not simply unite the tribes. He changed the way they were governed. He replaced inherited privilege with merit. He replaced tribal divisions with national unity. He created institutions capable of surviving beyond the lives of individual chiefs. From that moment forward, the old Mongolia could never fully return. The endless cycle of constantly shifting tribal alliances had been broken. In its place stood a centralized state, unlike anything the steppe had seen before. For the first time in history, the Mongolian steppe stood united beneath a single ruler. But uniting the steppe had never been Temüjin's final ambition. Beyond the grasslands, the richest kingdoms on earth were waiting, and very soon they would learn the name, Genghis Khan. By the beginning of the 13th century, Genghis Khan had accomplished something no leader before him had achieved. Nearly every major Mongol tribe now recognized a single ruler. Yet uniting the steppe was only the first step. If this new state was to survive, it needed more than brave warriors. It needed an army unlike anything the world had ever seen. The Mongols were often remembered for their horses and their bows. While both were undoubtedly important, historians generally agree that these alone do not explain the empire's extraordinary success. Many other nomadic peoples possessed skilled horsemen and powerful bows. What truly distinguished the Mongol army was its organization. Genghis Khan transformed thousands of independent tribal warriors into a disciplined military machine capable of operating across enormous distances with remarkable efficiency. One of his most important reforms was the decimal military system. Instead of organizing warriors according to their tribe or family, every soldier became part of a standardized structure. 10 men formed the smallest unit, known as an arban. 10 arbans formed a company of 100 men. 10 companies formed a unit of 1,000, and 10,000 warriors formed a tumen, the largest standard military formation in the Mongol army. This structure simplified command at every level. Orders could move quickly from senior commanders to individual soldiers, while information from the battlefield traveled back through the same chain of command. Every officer knew exactly who was under his authority, and every warrior understood his responsibilities. It created an army that remained organized even during the confusion of battle. Just as importantly, the decimal system weakened traditional tribal loyalties. Before Genghis Khan, warriors usually fought beside members of their own clan. Personal relationships often mattered more than military discipline, and rivalries between tribes could easily undermine cooperation. Genghis Khan deliberately mixed men from different tribes within the same units. Over time, their loyalty shifted away from their old clans and toward the army itself. This change fundamentally altered Mongol society. A warrior was no longer expected to fight primarily for his tribe. He fought for the state, and for Genghis Khan. Discipline became one of the defining characteristics of the new army. Every soldier was expected to obey orders immediately, regardless of personal opinion or tribal background. Leaving one's assigned position without permission or abandoning fellow soldiers could bring severe punishment. At the same time, courage and success were recognized and rewarded. Promotions increasingly depended upon ability rather than noble birth, reinforcing the merit-based system that Genghis Khan had begun building years earlier. Mobility became another extraordinary advantage. Unlike most armies of the medieval world, Mongol cavalry did not rely upon a single horse. A typical warrior traveled with 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 horses. While one animal rested, another could be ridden. This allowed Mongol armies to cover astonishing distances without exhausting their mounts. Contemporary sources describe forces appearing hundreds of kilometers from their previous position far sooner than their enemies believed possible. Speed changed the nature of warfare. Many medieval commanders planned campaigns according to the limited movement of infantry and heavily armored cavalry. Genghis Khan's army ignored those expectations. Entire tumens could cross rivers, deserts, and mountain passes with remarkable speed, often reaching enemy territory before defenders had fully understood where the attack was coming from. This mobility also solved one of the greatest challenges faced by premodern armies: logistics. Large medieval armies often advanced slowly because they depended upon long supply lines carrying food and equipment. The Mongols reduced this problem by making every warrior highly self-sufficient. Soldiers carried dried meat, fermented dairy products, and other lightweight supplies that lasted for long periods. Their horses also provided milk when necessary, allowing armies to remain in the field far longer than many of their opponents expected. The result was an army capable of moving faster, reacting sooner, and maintaining its effectiveness over enormous distances. European chroniclers later struggled to explain how Mongol forces seemed to appear almost simultaneously in different regions. To many observers, it felt as though the Mongols possessed far more soldiers than they actually did. In reality, much of that impression came from their remarkable organization and mobility. Every part of the system supported every other part. The decimal structure improved command. Discipline ensured that orders were followed. Multiple horses increased endurance. Mobility allowed rapid concentration of forces. Together, these reforms created an army unlike any the medieval world had encountered. For many historians, this was Genghis Khan's greatest military achievement. He did not simply build a powerful army. He built an army that could function as a single coordinated organism across thousands of kilometers. It was this organization, more than any individual weapon, that became the true foundation of the Mongol Empire. But even the best organized army could not dominate the world through discipline and speed alone. What truly terrified its enemies was the way the Mongols fought. Superior organization alone did not make the Mongol army the most feared military force of its age. Discipline and speed allowed armies to arrive at the battlefield more quickly than their enemies expected, but victory depended upon how those armies fought once they arrived. In this area, Genghis Khan and his commanders transformed warfare in ways that surprised nearly every civilization they encountered. The most recognizable weapon of the Mongol warrior was the composite bow. Unlike a simple wooden bow, it was constructed from layers of wood, horn, and animal sinew carefully bonded together. Although relatively compact, it generated tremendous power and could be used effectively from horseback. Modern tests of reconstructed composite bows suggest that skilled archers could accurately strike targets at remarkable distances while maintaining a rapid rate of fire. Equally important was the ability of Mongol horsemen to shoot in every direction while riding at full speed. From childhood, boys learned to ride before they learned many other basic skills. Hunting across the open steppe taught them to control their horses instinctively, allowing both hands to remain free for archery when necessary. By adulthood, years of practice had produced warriors capable of firing accurately without slowing their horses. Many medieval armies relied upon a single decisive charge. European knights, for example, often sought victory through the impact of heavily armored cavalry. The Mongols avoided such direct confrontations whenever possible. Instead, they attacked from a distance, constantly moving while surrounding their opponents with arrows. Enemy formations slowly lost cohesion as casualties mounted, and commanders struggled to understand where the next attack would come from. One of their most effective tactics became known as the feigned retreat. Rather than standing their ground, Mongol cavalry would deliberately appear to panic and flee from the battlefield. Believing victory was within reach, enemy forces frequently abandoned their defensive formations and began pursuing them. Sometimes the retreat continued for many kilometers. Then, at a carefully chosen moment, the Mongol riders suddenly turned back. Fresh units that had remained hidden or positioned on the flanks joined the attack, trapping the pursuing army from multiple directions. The tactic succeeded because it exploited human psychology rather than military strength alone. History provides many examples of its effectiveness. During the campaigns against the Khwarezmian Empire, several defending armies abandoned strong defensive positions after believing the Mongols were retreating. Once discipline collapsed, coordinated resistance became almost impossible. Similar tactics later proved devastating against the armies of Eastern Europe. Even experienced commanders underestimated the patience and coordination required to carry out such carefully planned withdrawals. European knights were particularly vulnerable to this strategy. Their military culture often emphasized personal courage and aggressive pursuit. Once a retreating enemy appeared to break, many knights believed they had already won the battle. Pursuit quickly scattered their formations, reducing the advantage of heavy cavalry. The Mongols waited precisely for that moment. What seemed like victory suddenly became disaster. Psychological warfare formed another essential part of Mongol strategy. Genghis Khan understood that the easiest battle was the one that never needed to be fought. Before attacking a city, messengers frequently offered its rulers a simple choice: surrender peacefully and preserve your people, or resist and face destruction. Cities that submitted often received comparatively lenient treatment and were incorporated into the growing empire. Those that resisted after rejecting repeated demands sometimes suffered devastating consequences. News of these events spread rapidly. Stories of entire cities destroyed after refusing surrender traveled farther than any Mongol army could ride. Whether every story was completely accurate mattered less than the fear they created. By the time Mongol forces approached many later cities, Defenders already knew the reputation that preceded them. In numerous cases, fear itself became one of Genghis Khan's most powerful weapons. Reliable information also became a military advantage. Long before a campaign began, merchants, diplomats, travelers, and scouts gathered intelligence about roads, rivers, mountain passes, fortifications, and political divisions within neighboring states. Rather than advancing blindly, Mongol commanders often possessed detailed knowledge of their targets before the first soldier crossed the frontier. Communication within the army reflected the same level of organization. Mounted messengers carried orders rapidly between commanders, allowing forces separated by great distances to coordinate their movements. This communication system enabled multiple armies to advance simultaneously while still following a unified strategy. Enemy rulers often believed they were facing separate invasions, when in reality, every movement formed part of a single, carefully planned campaign. The Mongols also demonstrated an unusual willingness to adopt useful technology from conquered peoples. When campaigns expanded into northern China, they encountered some of the most advanced siege engineers in the medieval world. Rather than treating these specialists simply as prisoners, Genghis Khan incorporated many of them into his own army. Chinese engineers introduced increasingly sophisticated siege techniques. Large traction trebuchets and later counterweight siege engines hurled massive stones against city walls. Specialized ladders, siege towers, and protective equipment allowed assaults that many nomadic armies had previously been unable to conduct. Gunpowder-based weapons were still in their early stages, but Chinese military knowledge contributed explosive bombs, fire weapons, and improved engineering methods that greatly strengthened Mongol siege capabilities. As a result, fortified cities that had once believed themselves safe behind massive walls discovered that the Mongols could adapt to almost any form of defense. During the conquest of northern China, numerous cities that expected to survive lengthy sieges eventually fell after sustained engineering operations. The Mongols were no longer merely the greatest cavalry force on earth. They had become masters of siege warfare as well. This ability to learn from conquered civilizations became one of the greatest strengths of the empire. Genghis Khan did not believe useful knowledge belonged to any single people. If another civilization possessed a better weapon, a more effective machine, or a superior military technique, the Mongols adopted it and improved it. That willingness to adapt made every future campaign more dangerous than the last. But even the finest weapons, the most effective tactics, and the best organized army could never have conquered an empire alone. Behind every great victory stood extraordinary commanders. Every great army depends upon exceptional commanders. Genghis Khan understood this better than most rulers of his time. While many medieval kings reserved the highest military positions for members of noble families, Genghis Khan looked for something entirely different. He wanted intelligence, discipline, determination, and absolute loyalty. No one demonstrated the success of this philosophy more clearly than Subutai. Unlike many of the Mongol Empire's leading commanders, Subutai was not born into an aristocratic family. According to historical sources, he was the son of a blacksmith from the Uriankai tribe, a forest people who lived north of the Mongolian steppe. His family possessed neither great wealth nor political influence. Under the traditional aristocratic system, someone of his background would have had little opportunity to command large armies. Genghis Khan saw the situation differently. What mattered to him was not where a man had been born. What mattered was what he was capable of becoming. As a young man, Subutai entered Temüjin's service, while the future Genghis Khan was still struggling to unite the Mongol tribes. From the beginning, he distinguished himself through discipline, intelligence, and an extraordinary willingness to learn. Rather than seeking personal glory, he focused on understanding every aspect of warfare. He carefully observed experienced commanders, studied the terrain, and learned how armies succeeded or failed under different conditions. Temüjin quickly recognized his potential. Instead of limiting Subutai because of his humble origins, he steadily entrusted him with greater responsibility. Small commands became larger ones. Local operations became regional campaigns. With every assignment, Subutai proved himself dependable, calm under pressure, and remarkably effective. His rise perfectly reflected the merit-based system that Genghis Khan was building across the Mongol Empire. For centuries, military leadership on the steppe had often depended upon noble ancestry. Genghis Khan replaced that tradition with performance. Warriors who demonstrated exceptional ability could rise regardless of their family background. This policy inspired thousands of ordinary soldiers who understood that courage and talent might one day earn them positions previously reserved for the aristocracy. Subutai soon became one of the clearest examples of this new system. He possessed remarkable strategic vision. While many commanders focused only on the next battle, Subutai thought in terms of entire campaigns. He considered geography, weather, supply routes, enemy morale, and the movement of multiple armies at the same time. He understood that victory was rarely decided by strength alone. Careful planning often determined the outcome long before two armies met on the battlefield. His understanding of logistics was equally impressive. Moving tens of thousands of mounted warriors across deserts, mountains, and rivers required careful preparation. Horses needed fresh pasture. Soldiers required food. Messengers had to maintain communication over enormous distances. Every delay increased the risk of failure. Subutai excelled at solving these problems, allowing Mongol armies to move farther and faster than their enemies believed possible. As his reputation grew, Genghis Khan came to trust him with increasingly important responsibilities. Medieval Persian and Chinese sources frequently describe Subutai as one of the Khan's most reliable commanders. He was not the loudest voice at court, nor the most famous warrior in personal combat. His greatest strength lay in his ability to think several steps ahead of his opponents and transform complex plans into decisive victories. Many modern military historians place Subutai among the greatest commanders in history. Unlike generals who spent their careers fighting within a single region, he successfully planned campaigns across thousands of kilometers and against civilizations with entirely different military traditions. Chinese armies, Central Asian kingdoms, Russian princes, and European knights would all eventually face strategies that had been shaped by his remarkable mind. Yet despite his growing reputation, Subutai never sought to overshadow Genghis Khan. His loyalty remained unquestioned throughout his career. For Genghis Khan, this combination of talent and absolute reliability made him invaluable. Subutai demonstrated that the Mongol Empire's greatest strength was not simply producing extraordinary leaders, it was recognizing them. A blacksmith's son had risen to become one of the most respected commanders of his age, because ability mattered more than birth. It was exactly the kind of empire Genghis Khan had set out to build. But Subutai would not achieve his greatest victories alone. Very soon, he would be joined by another brilliant commander. Together, they would become one of the most feared military partnerships in history. Subutai was already proving himself to be one of Genghis Khan's most capable commanders, yet his greatest achievements would not come alone. Alongside him stood another remarkable general whose military career began in a way unlike almost any other in history. His name was Gebe. According to the secret history of the Mongols, Gebe had originally fought against Temüjin rather than beside him. During one battle, an arrow struck Temüjin's horse, bringing it down beneath him. After the fighting ended, Temüjin demanded to know who had fired the shot. Most soldiers would have denied responsibility in hopes of saving their lives. Gebe did the opposite. He stepped forward and admitted that he had fired the arrow. Rather than punishing such honesty, Temüjin admired it. He recognized not only courage, but also integrity. Instead of ordering Gebe's execution, he invited him to join his own army. From that day forward, the former enemy became one of the Khan's most trusted commanders. It was another example of the principle that shaped the Mongol Empire. Ability mattered more than the past. Loyalty mattered more than birth. And once a capable man proved himself worthy, Genghis Khan rarely allowed old rivalries to stand in the way. Together, Gebe and Subutai formed one of the most effective military partnerships in history. Their abilities complemented one another remarkably well. Gebe excelled at aggressive pursuit, rapid decision-making, and battlefield initiative. Subutai specialized in long-term planning, logistics, and coordinating multiple armies across enormous distances. One commander constantly sought opportunities. The other ensured every campaign remained sustainable. Their cooperation transformed the way the Mongols fought. Rather than conducting short seasonal raids like many nomadic armies before them, they planned campaigns that crossed entire continents. They calculated distances, water sources, grazing lands, and seasonal weather months before the army arrived. Rivers, deserts, and mountain ranges became obstacles to overcome rather than barriers that ended campaigns. Subutai's understanding of logistics was unlike anything many of his opponents had encountered. He realized that an army could only move as fast as its supplies, horses, and communication allowed. Every stage of a campaign was planned in advance. Fresh horses, grazing areas, and messenger routes were carefully considered long before battle began. This preparation allowed Mongol armies to maintain extraordinary mobility over distances that seemed impossible to contemporary observers. One of their greatest strengths was the ability to coordinate several independent armies at the same time. Instead of advancing as a single massive force, Mongol armies often separated into multiple columns, traveling along different routes. Each force pursued its own objectives, while remaining connected through an efficient communication network. At carefully chosen moments, these separate armies reunited to surround an enemy from several directions simultaneously. To defenders, the attacks often appeared almost impossible to explain. Cities believed they faced one Mongol army, only to discover another approaching from an entirely different direction. Entire kingdoms struggled to predict where the next attack would come. The strategy repeatedly overwhelmed opponents who were accustomed to fighting slower and more centralized armies. Modern military historians continue to study these campaigns because they demonstrated an extraordinary understanding of operational warfare centuries before the concept itself was formally defined. Subutai did not simply win battles. He connected multiple battles into carefully planned campaigns that achieved strategic objectives across thousands of kilometers. His achievements invite comparison with some of history's greatest commanders. Like Hannibal, he repeatedly defeated enemies who often outnumbered him. Like Napoleon, he coordinated the movement of multiple armies across vast distances with remarkable speed. Yet unlike either commander, Subutai conducted successful campaigns across an enormous variety of environments, including the forests of Russia, the mountains of the Caucasus, the deserts of Central Asia, and the open plains of Eastern Europe. Many historians, therefore, regard him not merely as one of the greatest Mongol generals, but as one of the greatest military commanders in world history. His partnership with Gebe demonstrated another defining strength of the Mongol Empire. Exceptional leadership was never concentrated in a single individual. Genghis Khan surrounded himself with commanders capable of thinking independently while remaining completely loyal to the overall strategy of the empire. This combination of disciplined leadership, operational flexibility, and careful planning made the Mongol army unlike any military force that had come before it. It was no longer simply a collection of skilled horsemen. It had become a professional war machine capable of operating across continents. By the early years of the 13th century, every element was in place. The army was organized, its commanders were experienced, its tactics had been perfected, its communication system connected forces across enormous distances, its discipline held every unit together. The Mongol army was finally ready, organized, disciplined, faster than any army the world had ever seen. But every great army needs an enemy, and beyond the eastern frontier, one ancient kingdom was about to test the power of Genghis Khan. By the early years of the 13th century, the Mongolian steppe had been united under a single ruler for the first time in its history. Genghis Khan had transformed a collection of rival tribes into a disciplined military state, yet maintaining that unity presented a new challenge. Thousands of warriors who had spent their lives fighting rival tribes now needed a new purpose. Expansion was no longer simply an ambition. It became part of the empire's survival. To the south lay Zaizia, a kingdom that occupied a strategically important region between the Mongolian steppe, northern China, and the Silk Road. Founded by the Tangut people during the 11th century, Zaizia controlled valuable trade routes and fertile river valleys. Although smaller than the great Chinese dynasties, it possessed fortified cities, experienced administrators, and a well-organized army. For Genghis Khan, it represented both an opportunity and a test. The Mongols had spent generations mastering open steppe warfare, but conquering settled civilizations required different skills. Cities protected by massive walls could not simply be surrounded by cavalry. Supplies had to be maintained, rivers crossed, and fortifications overcome. Before confronting the largest powers of East Asia, Genghis Khan needed to know whether his army could adapt to an entirely different kind of war. In 1209, he launched his first major campaign beyond the Mongolian steppe. The invasion of Zaizia demonstrated that the Mongol army was capable of much more than fast-moving raids. Their cavalry crossed deserts, climbed mountain passes, and advanced deep into territory that many nomadic armies had rarely entered before. Speed remained one of their greatest advantages. While Zaizia commanders attempted to organize defenses, Mongol forces moved rapidly from one objective to another, preventing the kingdom from concentrating its armies. Despite this mobility, the campaign also exposed important weaknesses. The Mongols could defeat armies in the open field, but heavily fortified cities presented a far greater challenge. Their experience in large-scale siege warfare remained limited, and many Tangut fortresses resisted longer than Genghis Khan had expected. The campaign forced the Mongols to confront a reality that would shape every future conquest. If they intended to build a world empire, cavalry alone would never be enough. One of the most significant moments of the campaign came during the siege of the Zaizia capital. Rather than relying only on direct assaults, the Mongols attempted an ambitious engineering project. Historical sources describe efforts to divert a nearby river in order to flood the city and force its defenders to surrender. The plan ultimately failed when the temporary embankment collapsed, flooding parts of the Mongol camp instead. Although unsuccessful, the attempt revealed something important about Genghis Khan's leadership. He was willing to experiment. Failure did not discourage him. Instead, it became another lesson. Throughout his career, Genghis Khan repeatedly demonstrated an unusual willingness to learn from experience. If one method proved ineffective, he searched for another. If another civilization possessed better techniques or technology, he adopted them rather than rejecting them. This flexibility would soon become one of the greatest strengths of the Mongol Empire. After months of campaigning, Zaizia recognized that continued resistance offered little hope of victory. Its rulers agreed to submit to Genghis Khan, acknowledge his authority, and provide tribute. Although the kingdom remained formally independent for the moment, it had become a Mongol vassal. For Genghis Khan, the campaign represented far more than a military success. It proved that the Mongols could project their power far beyond the grasslands. It introduced them to the challenges of conquering fortified civilizations, and it gave them valuable experience that would soon be tested against a far greater opponent. Zaizia had fallen under Mongol influence, but beyond its borders stood one of the richest and most powerful civilizations on Earth. Although Zaizia had submitted, Genghis Khan understood that his greatest challenge still lay ahead. South and east of the Tangut Kingdom stood the Jin dynasty, one of the most powerful states in Asia. Founded by the Jurchen people, the Jin ruled much of northern China and governed millions of people through an advanced administrative system. Their cities were protected by massive walls, their economy was prosperous, and their armies possessed centuries of experience defending settled civilizations. Relations between the Mongols and the Jin had long been uneasy. For generations, the Jin emperors had sought to influence the politics of the steppe by supporting some tribes while weakening others. They understood that a divided Mongolia posed little danger. A united Mongolia, however, represented an entirely different threat. By the time Genghis Khan had united the tribes, the balance of power had begun to change. The ruler who had once been regarded as a distant tribal chief now commanded the strongest military force on the steppe. Conflict became almost inevitable. In 1211, Genghis Khan launched his invasion of the Jin dynasty. The campaign immediately presented one of history's most famous defensive barriers, the Great Wall. Although often imagined today as a single continuous structure, the Great Wall during the Jin period consisted of multiple walls, fortifications, and defensive lines built across northern China over many centuries. It was designed to slow nomadic invasions, protect farmland, and provide early warning of approaching armies. Many believed it made northern China virtually impossible to conquer. The Mongols proved otherwise. Rather than attacking blindly along its strongest sections, Genghis Khan searched patiently for weaknesses. Local guides, scouts, and intelligence gathered before the invasion helped identify vulnerable mountain passes and lightly defended crossings. Once opportunities appeared, Mongol forces moved rapidly through them before larger Jin armies could react. The campaign demonstrated once again that mobility and preparation often mattered more than overwhelming numbers. Breaking through the Great Wall did not immediately decide the war. It simply opened the road into northern China. Beyond the frontier, the Mongols entered a world unlike anything they had previously conquered. Instead of isolated tribal camps, they encountered densely populated farming regions connected by roads, canals, and prosperous market towns. Large cities rose behind enormous stone walls. Their defenders possessed experienced engineers, crossbow units, and supplies capable of supporting long sieges. For the Mongols, every advance required adaptation. They continued defeating Jin field armies through speed and superior maneuvering, but capturing fortified cities demanded patience as well as determination. Some cities surrendered quickly after hearing of earlier Mongol victories. Others resisted fiercely, forcing Genghis Khan to leave detachments behind while the main army continued deeper into enemy territory. This strategy placed enormous pressure on the Jin government. Instead of concentrating their entire army against one invasion, they found themselves responding to multiple threats across a vast frontier. Wherever the Jin assembled a defensive force, Mongol cavalry often appeared somewhere else. The psychological effect became almost as important as the military one. After years of successful campaigning, Genghis Khan's reputation spread throughout northern China. Reports of his discipline, speed, and relentless offensives reached cities long before his soldiers did. Some governors prepared for resistance. Others questioned whether resistance remained possible. The greatest symbol of Jin power was Zhongdu, the imperial capital located near present-day Beijing. Protected by massive walls, strong garrisons, and enormous resources, Zhongdu ranked among the greatest cities in East Asia. Few observers believed a nomadic army could seriously threaten such a place. Genghis Khan thought differently. Rather than rushing into a reckless assault, he gradually isolated the city. Mongol forces devastated surrounding farmland, captured nearby settlements, and disrupted the roads supplying the capital. Month after month, pressure increased while conditions inside the city steadily deteriorated. The siege became one of the defining campaigns of the early Mongol Empire. Although the final capture of Zhongdu would require time and careful planning, One fact had already become impossible to ignore. The Mongols were no longer simply raiders from the steppe. They had demonstrated that even the greatest fortified cities of China could be threatened. Yet, as the campaign continued, Genghis Khan realized something equally important. If the Mongols wished to conquer the greatest cities on earth, they would first have to master the science of siege warfare. The long campaigns against Zaizia and the Jin dynasty taught Genghis Khan an important lesson. Conquering cities required different skills than defeating armies on the open steppe. A cavalry charge could destroy an enemy formation in the grasslands. It could not break through walls several meters thick. Rather than accepting this limitation, the Mongols adapted once again. One of the greatest strengths of Genghis Khan's leadership was his willingness to learn from every civilization he encountered. Instead of destroying useful knowledge, he preserved it. Skilled craftsmen, engineers, architects, and military specialists were often spared and brought into Mongol service. Their knowledge became part of the empire itself. Northern China possessed some of the most advanced siege technology in the medieval world. Chinese engineers had spent centuries developing methods for attacking fortified cities. They understood how to construct powerful trebuchets, large siege towers, battering rams, and complex scaling equipment. They also possessed advanced knowledge of defensive architecture, allowing them to understand exactly where a fortress was strongest and where it was most vulnerable. Genghis Khan quickly recognized the value of this expertise. Rather than treating these engineers as ordinary prisoners, he incorporated many of them into his army. Under Mongol command, Chinese specialists began building increasingly sophisticated siege machines capable of attacking cities that had once appeared almost impossible to capture. This decision permanently changed the nature of the Mongol army. It was no longer simply a force of exceptional horsemen. It became an army capable of fighting in almost every environment. Trebuchets hurled enormous stones against city walls. Siege towers allowed soldiers to reach defensive battlements. Heavy battering rams shattered fortified gates. Protective wooden structures shielded engineers as they approached enemy fortifications. Some Chinese specialists also introduced early gunpowder weapons, including explosive bombs and fire projectiles. Although primitive by modern standards, these weapons added another dimension to Mongol siege warfare and demonstrated the empire's willingness to adopt every useful innovation available. The transformation was remarkable. Only a few years earlier, the Mongols had struggled against fortified cities. Now they were becoming experts at reducing them. Every campaign became a classroom. Every conquered civilization offered new knowledge. Every victory made the next conquest easier. This ability to learn separated Genghis Khan from many rulers of his age. Some leaders believed their own traditions were superior to everyone else's. Genghis Khan believed victory belonged to those willing to improve. If an enemy possessed better engineers, he employed them. If another civilization built stronger siege engines, he copied them. If foreign craftsmen developed more effective weapons, he made them part of his own army. The Mongol Empire expanded not only through military strength, but through its remarkable ability to absorb knowledge from the people it conquered. Modern historians often point to this flexibility as one of the greatest reasons for Mongol success. Their empire did not depend upon a single weapon or a single tactic. It constantly evolved. Every campaign increased the experience of its commanders, improved its technology, and strengthened its ability to fight in unfamiliar environments. By the end of the wars in northern China, the Mongol army had become something entirely new. It combined the speed of the nomadic steppe, the discipline of a professional military, the engineering knowledge of China, the intelligence networks of a growing empire, and commanders capable of coordinating campaigns across thousands of kilometers. The first stage of Genghis Khan's great vision had been completed. The Mongols had secured their homeland. They had defeated powerful kingdoms. They had learned the technology needed to conquer the greatest cities in the world. The road to world conquest had begun. But while Genghis Khan celebrated his victories in China, thousands of kilometers to the west, a single decision, made by a distant ruler, was about to change the course of history forever. By the second decade of the 13th century, Genghis Khan had transformed the Mongols from scattered tribes into the dominant power of the eastern steppe. Zaizir had submitted. The Jin dynasty had suffered repeated defeats. The Mongol army had become larger, more disciplined, and more experienced with every campaign. Yet despite these victories, Genghis Khan did not immediately seek war with every neighboring state. In fact, one of the greatest conflicts of his life began not because of military ambition, but because of diplomacy that ended in disaster. To the west lay the Khwarezmian Empire. Stretching from the Aral Sea to the Persian Gulf, the Khwarezmian Empire controlled much of Central Asia, including many of the richest cities on the Silk Road. Merchants traveling between China, the Islamic world, and Europe passed through its markets. Cities such as Bokhara, Samarkand, and Urgench were famous for their scholars, craftsmen, and traders. Its ruler, Shah Muhammad II, governed one of the wealthiest states of the medieval world. At first, Genghis Khan saw the Khwarezmian Empire not as an enemy, but as a potential trading partner. The Mongols had secured the eastern trade routes and understood the enormous wealth generated by commerce across Eurasia. Peaceful trade promised benefits for both empires. Goods from China could move west, while merchants from Central Asia could travel safely into Mongol territory. Such an agreement would enrich both rulers without requiring war. To demonstrate his intentions, Genghis Khan organized a large commercial caravan. Historical sources describe hundreds of merchants traveling west with valuable goods, including silk, precious metals, furs, and other luxury items. They carried official permission from the Great Khan and expected to conduct peaceful business within Khwarezmian territory. The caravan reached the frontier city of Otrar. There, its fate changed. The governor of Otrar was Inalchuk, sometimes identified in Persian sources as Gaya Khan. He was a powerful official and a relative of Shah Muhammad through the royal family. Whether driven by suspicion, greed, or political calculation, he accused the merchants of serving as Mongol spies. Modern historians continue to debate whether any genuine intelligence gathering accompanied the trade mission. Medieval merchants often collected information while traveling, and governments sometimes used commercial caravans for diplomatic purposes. However, no reliable evidence suggests that the caravan represented a military threat capable of justifying what followed. Ignoring diplomatic custom, Inalchuk ordered the entire caravan arrested. Their goods were confiscated. Most of the merchants were executed. Only one survivor is believed to have escaped and eventually reached Genghis Khan with news of the massacre. The response from the Mongol ruler was remarkably restrained. Rather than declaring war immediately, Genghis Khan chose diplomacy. He sent a delegation to Shah Mohammed requesting justice. The message was simple. The governor of Otrar should be punished for his actions, compensation should be provided for the murdered merchants, and peaceful relations could continue. For Genghis Khan, this represented an opportunity to prevent a conflict that neither empire truly needed. The Shah made a very different decision. Rather than arresting Inalchuq, he defended him. Even more dramatically, he ordered one of the Mongol ambassadors to be executed. The remaining envoys had their beards shaved before being sent back to Mongolia. To many modern readers, shaving a beard may appear insignificant. In the medieval world, especially among the peoples of Central Asia and the Mongolian steppe, it represented a profound public humiliation. Ambassadors were traditionally regarded as sacred representatives of their ruler. To insult or kill an envoy violated one of the oldest diplomatic customs known across Eurasia. For Genghis Khan, this was no longer merely an attack on merchants. It was an attack on diplomacy itself. The deaths of the traders had been tragic. The murder of an ambassador made reconciliation almost impossible. Persian chroniclers later described the moment as one of the greatest political mistakes in medieval history. Shah Mohammed believed he had demonstrated strength before a distant nomadic ruler. Instead, he had provoked a leader unlike any the steppe had ever produced. According to several historical traditions, Genghis Khan withdrew to pray and reflect before making his decision. When he emerged, his course was clear. The Khwarezmian Empire would answer for what it had done. Preparations for one of history's greatest military campaigns immediately began. Across the Mongolian steppe, armies assembled. Supply lines were organized. Messengers rode in every direction. Generals received their orders. This would not be another border raid. It would become a campaign that changed the history of Central Asia forever. The Khwarezmian Shah believed he had humiliated a distant nomad. Instead, he had declared war on the greatest military machine the world had ever seen. In the autumn of 1219, one of the largest armies ever assembled by the Mongols began moving west. Modern estimates vary, but most historians believe Genghis Khan commanded well over 100,000 experienced cavalry, supported by engineers, scouts, translators, and supply personnel gathered during years of expansion. Unlike many medieval rulers who relied on overwhelming numbers alone, Genghis Khan carefully divided his forces into several independent armies. Each received its own objectives while remaining part of a single coordinated campaign. Shah Mohammed expected the Mongols to approach along the established trade routes. Instead, Genghis Khan once again chose the unexpected. One of the most remarkable operations of the entire invasion was the crossing of the Kizilkum Desert. Stretching between the Sirdaria and Amudarya rivers, the Kizilkum was one of Central Asia's harshest landscapes. Extreme temperatures, scarce water, and vast open distances made it a route that large armies rarely considered. The Khwarezmian commanders believed no major force could safely cross such a desert. That assumption proved disastrous. Guided by experienced local scouts and supported by careful logistical planning, Mongol cavalry crossed terrain their enemies believed impossible. When they finally emerged, they appeared where almost no one expected them. Once again, speed and surprise achieved what overwhelming force alone could not. The first great objective was the city of Bokhara. For centuries, Bokhara had stood among the greatest centers of learning and commerce in the Islamic world. Its magnificent mosques, libraries, and bustling markets attracted merchants and scholars from across Asia. High defensive walls surrounded the city, while its rulers believed its position deep inside the empire offered additional security. When news arrived that Mongol cavalry had appeared outside the city, many citizens struggled to believe it. Some assumed the reports were exaggerated. Others expected Shah Muhammad's armies to arrive quickly. Neither hope would become reality. After defeating forces defending the surrounding region, Genghis Khan surrounded Bokhara. Much of the city's population surrendered without prolonged resistance, but a determined garrison withdrew into the heavily fortified citadel and continued fighting. The Mongols patiently isolated the defenders. Using the siege techniques they had learned during the campaigns in northern China, they steadily reduced the remaining resistance. Trebuchets battered defensive positions, while engineers directed increasingly sophisticated operations against the fortress. Eventually, the citadel fell. The capture of Bokhara became one of the defining moments of the campaign. According to several Persian chroniclers, Genghis Khan entered the city and addressed its inhabitants inside the Great Mosque. Although the exact wording varies among medieval sources, one statement has become particularly famous. "I am the punishment of God. If you had not committed great sins, God would not have sent a punishment like me upon you." Historians continue to debate whether these were his exact words or a later literary reconstruction. Regardless of their precise wording, the quotation reflected how many contemporaries understood the scale of the Mongol invasion. To countless observers, the destruction seemed almost impossible to comprehend. Yet Bokhara was only the beginning. While one Mongol army secured the city, others continued advancing across the Khwarezmian Empire. Their movements remained carefully coordinated despite the enormous distances separating them. Shah Muhammad struggled to determine where the main attack would fall next. The answer soon became clear: Samarkand. The imperial capital stood among the richest and most heavily defended cities in Central Asia. Massive walls protected its population, while tens of thousands of soldiers had reportedly been assembled for its defense. War elephants captured from earlier campaigns also formed part of the city's impressive military resources. On paper, Samarkand appeared capable of resisting almost any invading army. Reality proved very different. Genghis Khan surrounded the city, while additional Mongol armies closed every possible escape route. Defenders launched repeated attacks against the besiegers, but disciplined Mongol formations repelled each assault. Meanwhile, Chinese engineers continued operating powerful siege machines against the walls. Psychological warfare again played an important role. Captured prisoners were sometimes forced to march around the city carrying extra banners or equipment, creating the impression that Mongol numbers were even greater than they actually were. Conflicting reports spread among the defenders. Confidence slowly gave way to uncertainty. As the siege continued, divisions appeared within the city's leadership. Some commanders argued for continued resistance. Others believed surrender offered the only chance of survival. The unity that should have protected Samarkand gradually disappeared. When sections of the defense finally collapsed, Mongol forces entered the city. One of the greatest capitals of Central Asia had fallen. The loss of Bokhara and Samarkand shattered the prestige of the Khwarezmian Empire. Cities that had once believed themselves secure now understood that even the strongest walls could not guarantee safety. But for Genghis Khan, victory over great cities was not enough. One man still remained beyond his reach. The ruler whose decision had started the war was still alive. While Bokhara and Samarkand were falling, Shah Muhammad refused to organize a final united defense. Instead of gathering his remaining armies for one decisive battle, he moved constantly from one city to another, hoping to avoid capture while preserving what remained of his authority. Each retreat weakened confidence among his governors and commanders. One after another, they realized that the ruler they depended upon was no longer capable of protecting the empire. Genghis Khan understood that conquering cities alone would not end the war. As long as Shah Muhammad remained free, resistance could continue. To prevent that, he assigned one of the most important missions of the entire campaign to two of his finest commanders, Subutai and Gebe. The task seemed almost impossible. Find a fleeing ruler somewhere across the vast lands of Central Asia. Prevent him from rebuilding an army, and do not allow him to escape. Rather than giving them a large conventional army, Genghis Khan entrusted them with a highly mobile cavalry force capable of operating independently for months. More importantly, he gave them extraordinary freedom. Instead of waiting for instructions after every movement, Subutai and Gebe were expected to make their own strategic decisions as conditions changed. This level of independence was almost unheard of in the medieval world. Most armies relied upon direct orders from their ruler. The Mongols trusted capable commanders to think for themselves while pursuing the overall objective. It was another example of the merit-based leadership system that Genghis Khan had created. The pursuit soon became one of the longest military chases in history. Shah Muhammad fled westward across his empire, hoping each new city would provide safety. Instead, he found panic. Governors closed their gates. Local commanders abandoned their positions. Many no longer believed the empire could survive. Wherever the Shah traveled, Mongol cavalry seemed to appear soon afterward. Subutai and Gebe did not simply follow. They anticipated. They studied roads, rivers, and mountain passes, predicting where their enemy was most likely to go next. Scouts rode far ahead, gathering information from merchants, travelers, and local inhabitants. Fresh horses allowed the Mongol commanders to maintain astonishing speed, while their communication system kept separated units working toward the same objective. The operation demonstrated Subutai's extraordinary understanding of logistics. Every movement had to be carefully planned. Thousands of horses required grazing land. Messengers carried reports across enormous distances. Independent detachments had to remain supplied while continuing the pursuit. Despite operating hundreds of kilometers from the main Mongol army, the campaign remained remarkably well coordinated. Modern military historians often describe this pursuit as one of the earliest examples of large-scale operational warfare. Rather than focusing on a single battlefield, Subutai viewed the entire region as one connected campaign. Cities, rivers, deserts, and mountain ranges became pieces of a much larger strategy. The objective was not merely to defeat an opposing army. It was to destroy the enemy's ability to continue the war. Meanwhile, Shah Muhammad's situation became increasingly desperate. The empire he had ruled only months earlier was collapsing behind him. Bokhara had fallen. Samarkand had fallen. Major governors were surrendering. Communication between the remaining provinces had broken down. Eventually, the Shah crossed the Caspian Sea and sought refuge on a small island off its southern coast. There, exhausted, isolated, and abandoned by much of his empire, Shah Muhammad died in late 1220. He had escaped the battlefield, but he had not escaped the consequences of his decision. Subutai and Gebe did not stop when they learned of his death. Instead, they continued their campaign across the Caucasus, defeating new enemies and gathering valuable intelligence about lands the Mongols had never seen before. Their expedition covered thousands of kilometers through unfamiliar mountains, forests, and plains, demonstrating once again that the Mongol army could operate farther from its homeland than any contemporary military force. The destruction of the Khwarezmian Empire transformed the balance of power across Central Asia. What had once been one of the wealthiest and most powerful Islamic states had collapsed within only a few years. Many of its greatest cities lay devastated. Its trade routes had been broken. Its government had disappeared. For Genghis Khan, the campaign achieved far more than revenge. It demonstrated that no distance was too great, no empire was too wealthy, and no ruler could rely upon walls, deserts, or mountains for protection. The Mongol Empire had become the dominant military power of Eurasia. Khwarezm was gone, but before the Mongols, stretched lands they had never seen, new kingdoms, new peoples, and entirely new worlds waiting beyond the horizon. The destruction of the Khwarezmian Empire marked a turning point in the history of the Mongol Empire. In only a few years, one of the wealthiest states in the Islamic world had collapsed. Its great cities had fallen, its ruler was dead, and its trade routes were now under Mongol control. Yet for Genghis Khan, the campaign was not simply an act of revenge. It had opened the gates to entirely new regions that few Mongols had ever seen before. As the main Khwarezmian armies disappeared, only scattered resistance remained. Some local governors surrendered immediately, hoping to spare their cities. Others chose to fight, believing their walls would succeed where the imperial army had failed. Genghis Khan intended to remove every remaining center of resistance before returning east. Among the greatest cities still standing was Merv. Located in present-day Turkmenistan, Merv had long been one of the jewels of Central Asia. Its fertile oasis supported a large population, while its markets connected Persia, Central Asia, and the Silk Road. Contemporary writers described it as one of the largest cities in the world. When the Mongol army approached, the city prepared for siege. Despite its impressive defenses, Merv faced an enemy unlike any it had encountered before. The Mongols now combined their traditional mobility with advanced siege techniques learned during the wars in northern China. Engineers constructed powerful siege machines, while cavalry completely surrounded the city, preventing communication with the outside world. After prolonged resistance, Merv finally fell. Medieval chroniclers describe enormous destruction following the conquest. Although different sources provide vastly different casualty figures, Modern historians generally agree that the city suffered one of the most devastating sackings of the medieval period. Much of its population was killed or dispersed, and one of Central Asia's greatest urban centers never fully recovered. The fall of Merv sent a powerful message throughout the region. Cities that had once trusted in their walls now understood that fortifications alone could no longer guarantee survival. Soon afterward, another important city faced a similar fate. Nishapur. Located in northeastern Persia, Nishapur had been renowned for its scholars, craftsmen, and flourishing trade. It was one of the intellectual centers of the Islamic world and home to magnificent mosques, libraries, and workshops. The siege became deeply personal for the Mongols. During the fighting, Tolui's wife is said to have lost her son-in-law, Tokwachar, a Mongol prince who had been wounded during earlier operations around the city. Several Persian sources describe how his death intensified the determination of the Mongol commanders. While historians continue to debate the precise details recorded in medieval chronicles, they generally agree that Nishapur experienced severe destruction after its capture. The city's fall further demonstrated that resistance carried enormous risks. Across Persia, fear often spread faster than the Mongol cavalry itself. Some governors now surrendered without battle. Others continued to resist despite the growing evidence that no city stood beyond the reach of the Mongol army. Meanwhile, one important enemy still remained free. Jalal al-Din, the son of Shah Mohammed, had refused to surrender. Unlike his father, Jalal al-Din chose to continue fighting. Gathering the survivors of the Khwarezmian army, he attempted to rebuild resistance while retreating toward the southeast. His courage earned admiration even among some of his enemies. Genghis Khan decided to pursue him personally. The chase eventually brought both armies to the banks of the Indus River in 1221. Behind Jalal al-Din stretched the fast-moving waters of the river. Ahead stood the Mongol army. There was nowhere else to retreat. The Battle of the Indus became one of the final great engagements of Genghis Khan's western campaign. Despite determined resistance, the Khwarezmian forces were gradually overwhelmed by the superior discipline and coordination of the Mongol cavalry. Realizing the battle had been lost, Jalal al-Din made a decision that would become legendary. Rather than surrender, he spurred his horse toward the towering cliffs overlooking the Indus River. According to Persian chroniclers, he leaped from the rocky heights into the river below and managed to swim across to safety, escaping into northern India. Genghis Khan reportedly watched the remarkable escape from the opposite bank. Impressed by his courage, later traditions claim he remarked that every father should wish for such a son. Whether those exact words were spoken cannot be confirmed with certainty, but they reflect the respect that even his enemies sometimes earned through extraordinary bravery. Jalal al-Din had escaped. The Khwarezmian Empire had not. Its greatest cities had fallen. Its armies had been destroyed. Its ruler was dead. Its heir had fled beyond the Indus. The conquest of Central Asia was complete, but while Genghis Khan secured the south, two of his greatest generals were already riding toward lands no Mongol army had ever seen before. While Genghis Khan completed the conquest of Central Asia, another remarkable campaign was unfolding hundreds of kilometers to the northwest. Subutai and Gebe had received an extraordinary mission. Instead of returning to Mongolia After the fall of the Khwarezmian Empire, they were ordered to continue exploring the unknown lands beyond the Caucasus Mountains. Their force was relatively small compared with the main Mongol army, yet it would travel farther than almost any military expedition of its time. The Caucasus formed one of the great natural barriers between Asia and Europe. Its towering mountains, narrow passes, and unfamiliar terrain had frustrated invading armies for centuries. Numerous kingdoms, tribes, and nomadic peoples occupied the surrounding regions, each with its own alliances and rivalries. For Subutai, the campaign was not simply another conquest. It was a vast reconnaissance mission. Every river, every mountain pass, every tribe, every possible future battlefield. All of it would be carefully studied. As the Mongols entered the Caucasus, they encountered the Alans. The Alans were experienced horsemen who had controlled parts of the northern Caucasus for generations. Realizing the danger posed by the approaching Mongols, they sought allies among another powerful nomadic people, the Kipchaks. Together, the Alans and Kipchaks assembled a large coalition. On paper, they possessed a significant numerical advantage. Many commanders would have accepted battle against the United Alliance. Subutai chose a different approach. He understood that defeating two enemies separately was far easier than fighting both together. Instead of attacking immediately, the Mongols turned to diplomacy. Secret messengers were sent to the Kipchak leaders. The message appealed to their shared nomadic heritage. The Mongols reminded the Kipchaks that they were fellow peoples of the steppe, while the Alans belonged to a different world. According to several Persian and later historical sources, gifts and promises accompanied these negotiations. Whether every detail recorded by medieval chroniclers is accurate remains uncertain, but historians generally agree that the Mongols successfully persuaded the Kipchaks to abandon their allies. The alliance collapsed before the battle had even begun. Once the Kipchaks withdrew, the Alans faced the Mongols alone. Without their strongest allies, they could no longer match the discipline and mobility of the Mongol army. They were defeated. Only then did Subutai turn his attention toward the Kipchaks. The promises made during the negotiations had served their purpose. The Mongols rapidly pursued the retreating Kipchak forces across the open steppe. Separated from the Alans and scattered over a vast area, the Kipchaks also suffered defeat. The entire campaign demonstrated one of Subutai's greatest strengths. Victory did not always begin on the battlefield. Sometimes it began with understanding the politics of an enemy. A divided alliance could be more valuable than a destroyed army. The campaign also revealed another remarkable feature of Mongol warfare. Subutai constantly gathered intelligence. Captured leaders were questioned. Scouts explored unfamiliar roads. Local guides described rivers, forests, and mountain passes. Nothing was considered unimportant. Every piece of information might become useful in a future campaign. By the time the Caucasus expedition was nearing its conclusion, Subutai possessed detailed knowledge of territories that no Mongol commander had previously explored. He had crossed mountains that many believed impossible for cavalry. He had defeated multiple enemies using diplomacy as effectively as military force. And he had opened the road toward an entirely new frontier. To the north and west lay the lands of the Rus principalities, powerful princes, experienced warriors, and another great alliance that believed it could stop the Mongols. Soon, they would meet beside a river called Khalkha. In 1223, the Mongols reached the vast grasslands north of the Black Sea. For the first time, they encountered the princes of Kievan Rus, a loose federation of powerful principalities that controlled much of Eastern Europe. The Kipchaks, who had recently been defeated by Subutai and Geb, appealed to the Rus princes for help. They warned that if the Mongols were not stopped now, every kingdom to the west would eventually face the same threat. Several Rus princes answered the call. A large coalition was assembled. On paper, it appeared stronger than the relatively small Mongol force operating far from its homeland. Many believed the invaders had finally advanced too far. Subutai encouraged them to believe exactly that. Rather than seeking an immediate battle, the Mongols began withdrawing across the open steppe. The retreat appeared hurried. Small groups of cavalry repeatedly clashed with the pursuing coalition before disappearing once again into the distance. To the Rus commanders, it looked as though the Mongols were afraid. Some believed victory was already within reach. The pursuit continued for several days. As the coalition advanced farther east, discipline gradually weakened. Different princes commanded their own armies. Communication became increasingly difficult. Some forces moved ahead while others struggled to keep pace. The united army slowly stretched across many kilometers of open steppe. It was precisely the situation Subutai had planned. On the banks of the Khalkha River, the Mongols suddenly stopped retreating. Fresh cavalry units that had remained hidden beyond the horizon rapidly appeared from multiple directions. The scattered coalition now found itself facing an enemy that was fully prepared for battle. The Mongols attacked with extraordinary coordination. Horse archers surrounded isolated units, striking from every direction before disappearing beyond bow range. Whenever heavily armed cavalry attempted to counterattack, the Mongols withdrew, only to return moments later from another direction. Dust covered the battlefield. Orders became impossible to hear. The coalition that had appeared so powerful only days earlier could no longer fight as a single army. One prince after another found himself isolated. The Mongols destroyed each force separately. By the end of the battle, the coalition had completely collapsed. Several Rus princes were captured alive. According to medieval chronicles, the Mongol commanders chose an unusual method of execution for some of the captured nobles. Wooden platforms were placed over them, while the Mongol leaders held a victory feast above. The princes died beneath the weight without their blood being spilled, a practice that reflected steppe traditions regarding the execution of high-ranking prisoners. Although some details recorded by medieval writers remain debated, the battle itself marked one of the greatest victories of Subutai's career. The campaign demonstrated everything that made the Mongol army different: superior intelligence, perfect coordination, remarkable mobility, psychological warfare, the famous feigned retreat, and commanders capable of turning geography itself into a weapon. Perhaps even more importantly, the campaign revealed Subutai's extraordinary strategic vision. He had led an army thousands of kilometers from Mongolia, crossed deserts, mountains, rivers, and unfamiliar territories, defeated every major coalition that attempted to stop him, then returned safely after completing one of the longest reconnaissance expeditions in military history. Modern historians often regard the campaign as one of the greatest operational achievements of the medieval world. It was not simply a victory. It was proof that the Mongol army could project its power across entire continents. Yet despite these extraordinary successes, Subutai and Gebe did not continue deeper into Europe. Their mission had never been permanent conquest. They had gathered intelligence, tested unfamiliar enemies, mapped future invasion routes, and demonstrated that no kingdom could underestimate the Mongol way of war. They now turned east, returning toward the heart of the empire, where another chapter of history was quietly approaching its end. Even the ruler who had shaken the world could not escape the one enemy that defeats every empire: death. By the year 1226, Genghis Khan was no longer the young warrior who had once struggled to survive on the Mongolian steppe. More than 2 decades of almost continuous campaigning had carried him across deserts, mountains, rivers, and continents. He had united the Mongol tribes, destroyed powerful empires, and created the largest contiguous land empire the world had ever seen. Yet one kingdom still remained unfinished: Zaizia. Years earlier, the Tangut kingdom had accepted Mongol authority after Genghis Khan's first campaign. It had agreed to pay tribute and recognize Mongol supremacy. But while the Mongols were fighting the Khwarezmian Empire in Central Asia, Zaizia gradually began resisting Mongol control once again. According to several historical sources, its rulers refused to provide troops for Genghis Khan's western campaigns and attempted to distance themselves from Mongol rule. For Genghis Khan, this was more than simple rebellion. It was a challenge to the authority upon which his empire had been built. An empire held together by loyalty could not allow open defiance to go unanswered. Although he was now around 65 years old, an advanced age for a medieval ruler who had spent most of his life on horseback, Genghis Khan chose to lead the campaign personally. Many rulers of his time would have remained safely in their capitals, leaving the fighting to younger generals. Genghis Khan did the opposite. He once again mounted his horse, gathered his armies, and rode toward Zaizia. It would become the final campaign of his life. The invasion followed the familiar Mongol pattern. Cities were isolated, supply routes were cut, fortified positions were surrounded before defenders fully understood the scale of the attack. Years of experience had transformed the Mongol army into an extraordinarily efficient military machine. Its commanders knew exactly how to coordinate independent armies across vast distances, while engineers brought the siege equipment that earlier campaigns had taught them to build. But during the campaign, something began to change. The historical sources become uncertain. Unlike many famous rulers whose final days were carefully documented, Genghis Khan's death remains surrounded by mystery. No contemporary source provides a single, universally accepted explanation. Instead, historians are left with several competing theories. The most widely accepted explanation suggests that Genghis Khan died after becoming seriously ill during the Zaizia campaign. Medieval chroniclers describe fever and declining health in his final months. Years of relentless campaigning, physical exhaustion, and the hardships of military life may simply have caught up with him. Another tradition claims that he suffered severe injuries after falling from his horse while hunting or riding during the campaign. Considering that he had spent nearly his entire life in the saddle, such an accident would not have been impossible, particularly for a man of his age. Other later accounts tell a more dramatic story. Some describe an arrow wound received during the campaign. Others include legends involving assassination or even the daughter of a Tangut ruler. These stories became popular centuries later, but most modern historians regard them with considerable skepticism because they appear in sources written long after Genghis Khan's lifetime and often contain legendary elements rather than verifiable evidence. The truth is that we simply do not know, and perhaps we never will. The surviving historical records leave enough uncertainty that no single theory can be accepted with complete confidence. What is certain is that during the summer of 1227, as the campaign against Zaizia continued, the health of the great Khan was rapidly failing. The man who had spent a lifetime crossing continents, winning impossible battles, and building an empire unlike any before it, was approaching the end of his own journey. Whatever the cause, one fact is certain: the greatest conqueror of the Middle Ages was dying. By the late summer of 1227, Genghis Khan could no longer hide the seriousness of his condition. The campaign against Zaizia continued, but the great Khan was growing weaker with each passing day. The man who had once spent endless hours in the saddle now struggled with the physical demands of military life. His generals understood that something had changed, though very few knew how little time remained. Even in his final days, Genghis Khan continued giving orders. Messengers rode constantly between different armies. Siege operations continued without interruption. Supplies were moved forward. Commanders received new instructions. The empire still functioned exactly as it always had. Its ruler refused to allow weakness to interrupt the campaign. This determination reflected one of the defining characteristics of his entire life. Personal hardship had never prevented him from completing a mission. According to several historical traditions, Genghis Khan gathered his closest sons and commanders during his final days. Although different medieval sources describe these meetings in different ways, they generally agree that he gave careful instructions concerning the future of the empire and the continuation of the war. He understood something that every great conqueror eventually faces. Empires are often tested more severely after the death of their founder than during his lifetime. The Mongol Empire stretched across thousands of kilometers. It united peoples who spoke different languages, followed different religions, and lived in completely different environments. Only careful planning could prevent everything he had built from collapsing into civil war. One final command was especially important. His death was to remain secret. If news of the great Khan's death spread too early, Zaizia might resist with renewed determination. Enemy rulers across Asia could see an opportunity to rebel. Years of conquest might suddenly begin to unravel. The campaign had to continue exactly as planned, so the secret was kept. Only a small circle of trusted commanders knew the truth. The ordinary soldiers continued marching. Messengers continued carrying orders. Enemy cities continued preparing for the arrival of an army whose ruler had already died. It was one of the most extraordinary examples of military secrecy in medieval history. In August 1227, somewhere during the final stages of the Zaizia campaign, Genghis Khan died. The exact place remains uncertain. The exact cause remains uncertain. Even the precise circumstances of his final moments have been lost to history. What remains certain is only the event itself. The ruler who had changed the map of Eurasia was gone, yet the world did not know it. His generals continued carrying out his final campaign. Zaizia was defeated. Its capital surrendered. The kingdom that had challenged Mongol authority disappeared forever. In a sense, Genghis Khan achieved his final victory even after his death. His last campaign ended exactly as he had intended. Only after the conquest had been completed was the news gradually revealed to the highest levels of the empire. For the soldiers who had followed him across deserts, mountains, and continents, the loss was almost impossible to comprehend. Many had spent their entire adult lives under his command. Some had fought beside him since the earliest tribal wars on the Mongolian steppe. Others had joined later as the empire expanded across Asia. Nearly all had believed the great Khan to be invincible. Now they faced a future they had never imagined. For the first time in more than 20 years, the Mongol Empire would have to continue without the man who had created it. But even after his death, one final secret still remained hidden, a secret that has survived for nearly 800 years. The death of Genghis Khan marked the end of one life, but it also marked the beginning of one of history's greatest mysteries. Unlike the tombs of Egyptian pharaohs, unlike the mausoleums of Roman emperors, unlike the grand monuments built for kings throughout history, the burial place of the greatest conqueror the world had ever known has never been found. According to Mongol tradition, Genghis Khan had wished for a simple burial. He did not seek a magnificent monument. He did not order an enormous tomb to display his power. Instead, his final resting place was meant to remain hidden from the world. Exactly how this was accomplished remains uncertain. As with so many events surrounding his final days, history offers several different accounts. One of the oldest traditions describes a funeral procession traveling back toward Mongolia in complete secrecy. Only a small group of trusted soldiers accompanied the body. The route itself was kept confidential. Later stories claim that anyone who happened to encounter the funeral procession was killed to preserve its secrecy. While these accounts became deeply rooted in Mongolian legend, modern historians cannot confirm whether they truly occurred. The earliest reliable sources remain frustratingly silent on many details. Another tradition tells of thousands of horses being driven across the burial site after the ceremony had ended. The pounding hooves erased every visible trace of the grave. Grass soon grew over the disturbed earth. Within only a short time, the landscape appeared exactly as it had before. Other legends describe rivers being temporarily diverted over the burial site before returning to their original course, leaving no evidence behind. Whether these stories are historical fact or later folklore remains impossible to determine. What is remarkable is that every version shares the same purpose. The tomb was never meant to be found. Most historians believe Genghis Khan was probably buried somewhere within the Burkhan region of northeastern Mongolia. This mountain had held deep personal significance throughout his life. As a young man fleeing his enemies, he is said to have found refuge among its forests. Later, after becoming Great Khan, he reportedly returned to the mountain to give thanks for his survival and victories. If he chose a final resting place himself, Burkhan would have been a fitting choice. Yet even there, no confirmed tomb has ever been discovered. Modern technology has searched where ancient travelers never could. Satellite imagery, ground-penetrating radar, aerial surveys, archaeological expeditions. Researchers have identified numerous possible locations, but none has produced definitive evidence. Part of the reason is practical. The suspected region covers vast mountains, forests, and remote valleys that remain difficult to explore. Another reason is cultural. Many Mongolians believe the great Khan's grave should remain untouched. For them, disturbing the burial place would not be an act of historical discovery. It would be a violation of one of their nation's most sacred traditions. As a result, archaeological work in the region has often been limited or carried out with great caution and respect. More than 8 centuries have now passed. Entire empires have risen and disappeared. Countless cities have been built. Wars have reshaped continents. Yet somewhere beneath the endless landscapes of Mongolia, the final resting place of Genghis Khan may still lie undisturbed, hidden beneath forests, grasslands, or mountain soil, waiting silently, as it has for nearly 800 years. Genghis Khan built the largest contiguous land empire in history. He defeated kings, destroyed empires, united nations, and changed the course of civilization. Yet today, the one place that belonged only to him remains unknown. Perhaps one day, archaeologists will uncover the greatest lost tomb in history, or perhaps his final wish has already come true, and the greatest conqueror the world has ever known will sleep beneath the Mongolian steppe forever. When Genghis Khan died in 1227, the greatest empire in history lost its founder. But almost immediately, another mystery began. Where would the great Khan be buried? Unlike many rulers of the ancient and medieval world, Genghis Khan left behind no monumental tomb, no towering mausoleum, and no public memorial. There would be no pyramid rising above the desert, no marble temple overlooking a capital, and no elaborate monument designed to display his power for generations. According to Mongol tradition, death was regarded differently. The eternal blue sky watched over every living being, and when a person died, the body returned to the earth from which it had come. Simplicity, humility, and respect for nature played an important role in many burial customs practiced across the steppe. A grave did not need to be seen in order to be honored. For the great Khan, secrecy became just as important as ceremony. Several medieval sources suggest that only a small group of trusted companions accompanied his body during the final journey back toward Mongolia. The exact route has never been recorded. No official map survives. No contemporary witness left a detailed description of where the procession traveled. Whether this silence was intentional or simply lost to history remains uncertain. Over the centuries, however, stories began to spread. One of the best-known legends claims that every person who accidentally encountered the funeral procession was killed to preserve the secret of the burial place. Travelers, shepherds, and hunters who crossed the procession's path were supposedly executed so that no living witness could later reveal its destination. It is an unforgettable story, but historians remain cautious. No contemporary source confirms that such events actually occurred. Most references appear generations after Genghis Khan's death, when legend had already begun blending with history. The tale may preserve a memory of extraordinary secrecy, or it may simply reflect the immense mystery that surrounded his burial. Another famous tradition tells of the burial itself. After the grave had been prepared, thousands of horses were supposedly driven across the site again and again. Their hooves erased every trace of disturbed earth until the landscape looked exactly as it had before. Once new grass began to grow, no visible sign of the burial remained. Whether this account is literally true cannot be proven, yet it reveals something important about Mongol thinking. The grave was never intended to become a destination. It was never meant to attract pilgrims. It was never meant to glorify the dead. Its greatest protection was anonymity. Other legends became even more mysterious. Some claimed the funeral escort deliberately chose routes through remote valleys where almost no one traveled. Others suggested that the burial took place deep within dense forests, hidden beneath ancient trees that would continue growing for centuries. Every version shared the same central idea. The resting place of Genghis Khan had to disappear into nature itself, not because people forgot, but because no one was ever supposed to find it. If the great Khan truly wished to remain hidden, then somewhere, across the endless mountains and forests of Mongolia, his secret had survived, for centuries, waiting for someone to uncover it. For centuries, the location of Genghis Khan's tomb remained one of history's greatest unsolved mysteries. Generations passed, empires rose and fell, travelers crossed the Mongolian steppe. Yet no one could point with certainty to the place where the great Khan had been buried. Among historians, one location has attracted more attention than any other: Berchtesgaden. This mountain, located in northeastern Mongolia, was more than a geographical landmark. It held profound personal significance for Genghis Khan throughout his life. According to the secret history of the Mongols, the young Temüjin once escaped his enemies by hiding among its forests. He later regarded the mountain as sacred and is said to have returned there repeatedly to offer thanks after surviving some of the most dangerous moments of his life. Because of this deep personal connection, many scholars believe Berchtesgaden is the most likely region for his burial. Yet belief is not proof. The mountain and its surrounding valleys cover an enormous area of rugged wilderness. Dense forests, steep ridges, and isolated river valleys make archaeological work exceptionally difficult. Even today, large parts of the region remain difficult to reach. For many centuries, another obstacle existed. The mountain itself became protected. During the Yuan dynasty and later periods, certain areas associated with Genghis Khan were treated as sacred ground. Ordinary people were discouraged, and in some cases forbidden, from entering them. Local traditions helped preserve the landscape in a remarkably untouched condition. Ironically, the same respect that protected the site also made it far more difficult for future generations to investigate. Modern technology has transformed the search. Instead of relying only on ancient chronicles, researchers now use tools that medieval explorers could never have imagined: high-resolution satellite imagery, drone photography, ground-penetrating radar, three-dimensional terrain mapping, LiDAR scanning capable of revealing hidden features beneath dense vegetation. These technologies allow archaeologists to examine enormous areas without disturbing the ground itself. Several international research teams have attempted to identify possible burial sites using these methods. Satellite surveys have revealed ancient roads, forgotten settlements, and unusual landscape features hidden beneath forests and grasslands. Some locations appeared promising at first, but careful investigation failed to produce convincing evidence that they were connected to Genghis Khan. In 2015, an international project known as the Valley of the Khans Project combined satellite imagery with thousands of volunteers who examined aerial photographs online in search of unusual archaeological features. Millions of images were analyzed, leading researchers to identify numerous potential sites worthy of future study. It was one of the largest archaeological search efforts ever organized, yet the mystery remained unsolved. Every promising discovery raised new questions. Was the structure natural? Was it connected to another historical period? Or had the real tomb remained hidden somewhere else entirely? Many archaeologists now believe that the greatest challenge is not simply finding the right place. It is knowing whether excavation should even take place. In Mongolia, Genghis Khan is not remembered only as a conqueror. He is regarded as the founder of the nation, a symbol of unity, an ancestor whose memory deserves profound respect. For many Mongolians, disturbing his grave would not be an act of scientific curiosity. It would be disturbing a sacred resting place. As a result, archaeological research in the suspected regions has often balanced scientific interest with cultural and spiritual responsibility. Perhaps the greatest mystery is no longer whether the tomb can be found, but whether it should be found at all, because while science continues searching, the legends surrounding the Great Khan have never stopped growing. As the centuries passed, the disappearance of Genghis Khan's tomb inspired countless legends. Some sought historical explanations, others embraced mythology. Together, they created one of the most enduring mysteries in world history. Among the oldest stories is the legend of the river. According to this tradition, after Genghis Khan's body had been placed in its grave, his followers diverted the course of a nearby river so that water flowed directly over the burial site. Once the ceremony had ended, the river was supposedly returned to its original path, leaving no visible trace that anyone had ever been buried there. It is a remarkable story, yet no archaeological evidence has ever confirmed that such an enormous engineering project took place. Most historians regard it as a legend, though one that reflects the determination of the Mongols to hide the Great Khan's final resting place forever. Another famous tradition is known as the legend of the 1,000 horses. According to this account, after the burial had been completed, hundreds or even thousands of horses were driven repeatedly across the ground. Their hooves erased every footprint, every disturbance of the soil, and every sign of human activity. When new grass eventually covered the area, the landscape appeared completely untouched. Whether the story is literally true remains uncertain. But many scholars believe it may preserve a memory of genuine burial practices intended to conceal important grave on the open steppe. Other legends speak of hidden guardians. Some stories claim that a small group of elite warriors remained behind to protect the secret location for the rest of their lives. Others suggest that these guardians ensured no outsider ever approached the burial site, passing the responsibility from one generation to the next before the secret was finally lost forever. There is no historical evidence that such guardians truly existed. Yet the idea continues to capture the imagination because it reflects the extraordinary respect that surrounded Genghis Khan even after his death. Modern theories have become even more ambitious. Some researchers have suggested that the tomb may lie inside a vast underground chamber carved into the mountains. Others believe it could be hidden beneath an unremarkable hillside, impossible to distinguish from the surrounding landscape without excavation. A few theories even propose that the burial place was deliberately constructed without stone walls or permanent structures, allowing nature to erase every visible trace within only a few years. None of these ideas has been proven. Each remains a possibility, but none has solved the mystery. Perhaps the greatest obstacle is not technology, it is respect. For many Mongolians, Genghis Khan is far more than a historical figure. He is the founder of their nation, a symbol of unity, a source of national identity. His resting place is not viewed as an archaeological treasure waiting to be uncovered. It is regarded as sacred ground. Because of this, many people believe the search itself should have limits. Some argue that the greatest way to honor the great Khan is not to disturb the place where he chose to rest. Others believe that one-day archaeology may answer questions that history could not. Both perspectives continue to shape the discussion today. Perhaps that is why the mystery has endured for so long, not because humanity lacks the ability to search, but because history and tradition sometimes ask different questions. Genghis Khan was gone. His tomb remained hidden. But the empire he had created was only beginning its greatest expansion. When Genghis Khan died in 1227, many rulers believed the Mongol Empire would soon fall apart. History had seen this pattern many times before. Great conquerors often built vast empires, but after their deaths, their kingdoms usually fractured beneath rival heirs. Many expected the same fate for the Mongols. Instead, something remarkable happened. Several years after Genghis Khan's death, the princes of the empire gathered for a great Kurultai to choose a new supreme ruler. Following the wishes that Genghis Khan had expressed before his death, his third son, Ögedei, was elected Great Khan in 1229. Unlike his father, Ögedei was not remembered as history's greatest battlefield commander. His greatest strength lay elsewhere. He understood that conquering an empire and governing an empire required different abilities. Rather than abandoning the system his father had created, Ögedei strengthened it. He expanded the empire's administrative institutions. He improved communication across enormous distances through the Yam postal network. He encouraged trade between East and West. He supported taxation reforms that allowed conquered territories to provide steady revenue instead of relying only on plunder. Most importantly, he continued his father's vision of expansion. To the west, one vast region still remained unconquered: Europe. Long before the invasion began, Mongol generals had already gathered valuable intelligence about the lands beyond the Eurasian steppe. Merchants carried information. Scouts observed distant frontiers. Diplomatic contacts revealed the rivalries dividing European kingdoms. The Mongols rarely entered a campaign without preparation. They preferred to understand an enemy before confronting him. To lead the Western campaign, Ögedei entrusted command to one of the empire's greatest princes, Batu, a grandson of Genghis Khan. Yet standing beside Batu was the man whose strategic brilliance had already transformed Mongol warfare: Subutai. By this time, Subutai had spent decades fighting across Asia. He had crossed deserts, mountains, and forests. He had defeated kingdoms thousands of kilometers apart. His understanding of logistics and long-distance coordination had no equal in the medieval world. The campaign that now lay before him would become his greatest achievement. Before the Mongols reached the heart of Europe, one powerful realm still stood between them. The lands of the Rus were about to face the largest army they had ever seen. The Western campaign began in 1236. Under the overall authority of Batu Khan and the strategic direction of Subutai, several Mongol armies advanced across the Eurasian steppe. Rather than concentrating every soldier into a single massive force, the invasion was divided into multiple independent armies that could operate hundreds of kilometers apart while pursuing the same objective. This approach confused their enemies from the very beginning. European rulers expected a single invading army. Instead, Mongol columns appeared across an enormous front, striking different targets at nearly the same time. It was a level of operational coordination that few medieval commanders had ever witnessed. The first major objective was the lands of the Volga Bulgars. After defeating them, the Mongols continued toward the Rus principalities. Although the princes of Rus shared language, religion, and culture, they remained politically divided. Rivalries between different principalities often proved stronger than their willingness to unite against an external threat. Subutai recognized this weakness immediately. Instead of allowing the Rus princes time to assemble one large army, the Mongols moved with extraordinary speed, attacking one principality after another before effective coordination became possible. One city after another fell. Ryazan, Vladimir, Suzdal. Each defeat weakened the ability of the remaining princes to organize resistance. The greatest prize was Kiev. For centuries, Kiev had stood as one of Eastern Europe's most important cities. It served as a political, religious, and commercial center, linking the forests of the north with the trade routes leading toward Byzantium and the Black Sea. When the Mongols approached in late 1240, the city prepared for siege. Its defenders strengthened the walls and gathered every available soldier. But they faced an army that had already mastered siege warfare during campaigns in China, Central Asia, and Persia. The Mongols surrounded Kiev completely. Engineers constructed siege engines capable of battering the city's defenses. Stone projectiles crashed against the walls day after day. Archers prevented defenders from repairing the damage. Eventually, breaches appeared. The Mongol assault followed. After fierce fighting through the streets, Kiev fell in December 1240. Medieval chroniclers described widespread destruction, though the exact scale remains debated by historians. What is beyond dispute is that the fall of Kiev marked the collapse of one of Eastern Europe's greatest medieval centers and opened the road toward Central Europe. For the first time, kingdoms farther west began to understand the scale of the danger. Reports spread rapidly across Europe, cities destroyed, princes defeated, entire armies disappearing. Many rulers struggled to believe the stories arriving from the east. Some dismissed them as exaggerations. Others hoped the invaders would eventually turn back. Subutai had no intention of stopping. Long before the campaign began, he had already studied the geography of Central Europe, its rivers, its mountain passes, its roads, its political divisions. Years before the invasion, Mongol scouts had gathered intelligence that now guided every movement of the advancing armies. Subutai understood that the next phase of the campaign would require something even more ambitious. Instead of invading a single kingdom, he intended to strike several kingdoms at almost exactly the same time. Soon, Poland and Hungary would face the full power of the Mongol Empire. By the spring of 1241, the Mongol invasion had reached the heart of Europe. Yet the armies advancing into the region were not moving as a single force. That was precisely Subutai's plan. Rather than concentrating every soldier in one place, he divided the invasion into multiple coordinated armies, each with a different objective. While one force advanced through Poland, another crossed the Carpathian Mountains toward Hungary. Additional detachments secured mountain passes, protected supply routes, and prevented neighboring kingdoms from joining together. It was one of the most ambitious military operations of the medieval world. The campaign depended on speed, communication, timing, and commanders who understood exactly where they needed to be, even when separated by hundreds of kilometers. The first major battle took place in Poland. On April 9, 1241, a coalition led by Duke Henry II of Silesia confronted the Mongols near the town of Legnica. The European army included Polish knights, German troops, and members of several military orders who hoped to stop the invasion before it spread farther west. The battle followed a familiar pattern. The Mongol cavalry advanced rapidly before suddenly appearing to lose momentum. Small units withdrew. Horse archers fired continuously while retreating. To many European knights, it looked like the enemy was beginning to break. They charged forward, exactly as the Mongols had anticipated. As the pursuing cavalry became separated from the rest of the army, hidden Mongol units struck from the flanks. Clouds of dust reduced visibility, while volleys of arrows shattered formations that depended on close combat. Within hours, the coalition collapsed. Duke Henry II was killed. The victory at Legnica shocked Central Europe. Many chroniclers believed no Christian army had ever suffered such a rapid defeat against an unfamiliar enemy. Yet even before the battle in Poland had ended, Subutai was already directing the campaign in Hungary. Only 2 days later, on April 11, another decisive battle took place along the Sarjo River near Mohi. King Bela IV had assembled one of the largest armies in Hungarian history. The Hungarian camp was strongly defended, and many commanders believed they could withstand the Mongol attack. Subutai saw the battlefield differently. During the night, Mongol engineers secretly prepared additional crossings over the river, while another force attacked the main bridge, fixing the Hungarian army's attention in one direction. At dawn, fresh Mongol units suddenly appeared where the defenders least expected them. The Hungarian army found itself under attack from multiple directions. The camp quickly became overcrowded. Retreat turned into confusion. Confusion became panic. By the end of the day, the Kingdom of Hungary had suffered one of the greatest military defeats in its history. Modern historians often describe the Battle of Mohi as Subutai's masterpiece. It combined deception, engineering, reconnaissance, precise timing, and the coordinated movement of multiple armies operating across enormous distances. Few commanders before him had demonstrated such complete control over an entire theater of war. For much of Europe, the consequences were terrifying. News traveled slowly. Rumors traveled even faster. Stories spread of cities destroyed, kingdoms collapsing, entire armies disappearing. Many people believed the invaders could not be stopped. Some medieval chroniclers even described the Mongols as a punishment sent by God. Others feared they were witnessing the beginning of the end of the world. And then, just as suddenly as they had appeared. The Mongols began to withdraw, not because they had been defeated, but because news had arrived from thousands of kilometers away. Ögedei Khan, the great Khan of the Mongol Empire, had died. His death required the empire's princes to return east for a new Kurultai to choose his successor. Europe had been spared, not by victory, but by events that had taken place on the distant Mongolian steppe. For the people of Europe, it felt as though the end of the world had come, and then, mysteriously, passed by. The victories at Legnica and Mohi sent shockwaves across medieval Europe. For centuries, European kingdoms had fought wars against neighboring rulers, Viking raiders, and occasional invasions from the east. Yet none of those conflicts prepared them for what had just happened. Within only a few weeks, two of the strongest military coalitions in Central Europe had been decisively defeated. Poland had lost one of its most respected rulers. Hungary, one of the continent's largest kingdoms, lay in ruins. Entire regions had been devastated, and thousands of refugees were now fleeing toward the west. Perhaps even more frightening than the defeats themselves was the speed with which they had occurred. The Mongols seemed capable of appearing almost anywhere. Their armies traveled extraordinary distances in remarkably short periods of time, often arriving before neighboring kingdoms had even learned that another city had fallen. Medieval communication depended on messengers riding from one settlement to another. By the time news reached Paris, Vienna, or Rome, the situation on the battlefield had often changed completely. As a result, rumors spread faster than reliable information. Some reports claimed the invaders numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Others insisted that entire nations had already been wiped from the map. Stories became increasingly exaggerated as they traveled westward. In many cases, people had never seen a Mongol soldier. Everything they knew came from frightened refugees, merchants and travelers whose accounts mixed genuine events with fear and speculation. The appearance of the Mongol army only deepened the sense of uncertainty. European knights were accustomed to fighting heavily armored opponents who sought decisive battles. The Mongols fought differently. They attacked at long range with powerful composite bows, maneuvered with extraordinary speed, and often refused battle until conditions favored them. To many observers, their tactics seemed almost impossible to understand. Some chroniclers described them as an unstoppable force sent to punish humanity. Others believed they were the mysterious peoples known in medieval legend as Gog and Magog, whose release was said by some interpretations of biblical prophecy to signal the approach of the last days. Although modern historians recognize these beliefs as religious interpretations rather than historical reality, they illustrate the profound fear that gripped Europe during the invasion. The psychological impact became almost as important as the military victories themselves. Many rulers no longer asked whether the Mongols could be defeated. They asked where the next attack would come. Across monasteries, castles, and royal courts, one question echoed again and again. If Poland had fallen, if Hungary had been shattered, what kingdom would be next? As reports of the Mongol victories spread across Europe, they eventually reached the highest authority in Western Christendom. Pope Gregory IX understood that the arrival of the Mongols represented more than a distant military conflict. Entire Christian kingdoms had been overrun in only a few months, and no one could say with confidence where the Mongol armies would march next. For the first time in centuries, the possibility that Western Europe itself might face a massive invasion appeared very real. The papacy responded with a mixture of diplomacy, intelligence gathering, and religious concern. Letters were sent to rulers across Europe, encouraging greater cooperation against the new threat. At the same time, the Pope sought information about the mysterious empire that had emerged from the East. Very little was known about the Mongols, their language, their customs, their political system, and even their long-term objectives remained largely unknown to European leaders. During the following years, the papacy organized diplomatic missions in an attempt to establish contact with the Mongol court. One of the most famous was led by the Franciscan friar Giovanni de Pian del Carpine, who traveled thousands of kilometers across the Eurasian steppe and eventually reached the Mongol capital. His account became one of the earliest detailed European descriptions of Mongol society, government, and military organization. Although his journey took place after the invasion of Europe had ended, it reflected how seriously the papacy viewed the Mongol Empire. While church leaders searched for answers, ordinary people experienced something very different. Across Central Europe, refugees continued arriving from the East carrying terrifying stories. Entire towns had disappeared. Noble families had been killed. Survivors described mounted warriors who seemed capable of riding for days without rest and armies that attacked with extraordinary discipline and coordination. Whether every story was accurate mattered very little. Fear often spread faster than facts. In many monasteries, chroniclers attempted to explain the invasion through religion. Some believed the Mongols were instruments of divine punishment sent to remind Christian rulers of their divisions and conflicts. Others associated the invaders with ancient biblical prophecies concerning the final days of the world. Medieval Europe was deeply religious, and many people naturally interpreted extraordinary historical events through the language of scripture. Rumors soon became almost impossible to control. Some claimed that millions of Mongol warriors were approaching from the east. Others insisted that no army could defeat them. Markets closed in some regions. Villages strengthened their defenses. Castles stored additional food in preparation for long sieges. Kings exchanged urgent letters while attempting to understand where the next attack would fall. Yet as suddenly as the invasion had begun, strange reports started arriving from the east. The Mongol armies were no longer advancing. Cities that expected immediate attack remained untouched. Scouts reported that entire Mongol forces were moving away from Central Europe instead of deeper into the continent. Few people understood why. Some believed their prayers had been answered. Others assumed the Mongols were preparing an even greater invasion. The real reason lay thousands of kilometers away on the Mongolian steppe. There, an event had taken place that would change the future of the entire empire, and with it, the future of Europe itself. The reason for the Mongol withdrawal had nothing to do with military defeat. Neither the armies of Poland nor those of Hungary had forced the Mongols to retreat. Subutai's campaign had achieved every major objective that had been assigned to it. The kingdoms of Eastern and Central Europe had suffered devastating defeats. Their military strength had been demonstrated to be insufficient against the Mongol army, and vast amounts of intelligence had been gathered about the geography, politics, and defenses of Europe. The real reason lay more than 6,000 kilometers to the east. In December 1241, Ögedei Khan, the great Khan of the Mongol Empire, died unexpectedly in Mongolia. As the supreme ruler of the empire, his death created an immediate political question that could only be resolved through a new Kurultai. According to Mongol tradition, the leading princes of the imperial family were expected to return and participate in the selection of the next great Khan. For commanders campaigning thousands of kilometers from home, this was an event that could not be ignored. Although historians continue to debate exactly how much Ögedei's death alone influenced the withdrawal, there is broad agreement that it played a major role. Batu Khan eventually decided to suspend further operations in Europe and began leading the army back toward the east. Whether he intended to resume the invasion later remains uncertain, but the opportunity never truly returned. Several additional factors also influenced the decision. The Mongol army had already campaigned continuously for years across Russia, Central Europe, and the Eurasian steppe. Supply lines had become increasingly difficult to maintain, while the forests, mountains, and wetter climate of Western Europe presented challenges very different from the open grasslands where Mongol cavalry performed best. Subutai almost certainly understood these realities. Throughout his career, he had never relied on reckless advances. Every campaign was based on preparation, intelligence, and careful planning. Continuing farther west, without a stable political situation at the center of the empire, would have introduced unnecessary risks into an army whose greatest strength had always been discipline and coordination. For Europe, however, these strategic calculations remained invisible. People simply saw the Mongols disappear. The same army that had crushed kingdoms and terrified an entire continent suddenly turned east. Many believed it was a miracle. Some credited divine intervention. Others argued that the Mongols had finally reached the limits of their power. Modern historians generally reject these explanations. The Mongol army had not been defeated. Its withdrawal was the result of political circumstances within the empire rather than military failure on the battlefield. This distinction is important because it reminds us how closely events across Eurasia had become connected under Mongol rule. A decision made on the Mongolian steppe could determine the fate of kingdoms thousands of kilometers away in Central Europe. Had Ögedei lived longer, history might have unfolded very differently. No one can say with certainty whether the Mongols would have advanced into Germany, Italy, or even France. Counterfactual history can never provide definite answers. What is clear is that in 1241, Europe escaped further invasion not because it had defeated the Mongols, but because events within the empire demanded the attention of its rulers. The invasion had come to an end. The fear remained. For generations afterward, European chronicles continue to describe the Mongols as one of the greatest dangers the continent had ever faced. Yet while Europe slowly recovered from the shock of invasion, far to the east, a new ruler was preparing to reshape the Mongol Empire once again. When Ögedei Khan died, the Mongol Empire entered a period of political uncertainty. Several members of the imperial family competed for influence, and for many years the question of succession dominated Mongol politics. Although the empire remained enormously powerful, maintaining unity across such vast territories became increasingly difficult. Different branches of the ruling family, now governed distant regions stretching from Eastern Europe to northern China, each with its own priorities and ambitions. Out of this complex political landscape emerged one of the most remarkable rulers in Mongol history, Kublai Khan. Born in 1215, Kublai was a grandson of Genghis Khan and the son of Tolui. Unlike many earlier Mongol princes, he spent much of his life in northern China, where he became deeply familiar with Chinese administration, agriculture, and culture. Rather than viewing conquered civilizations simply as sources of tribute, Kublai believed they possessed knowledge that could strengthen the empire itself. His education reflected this broader outlook. Kublai employed Chinese, Persian, and Central Asian advisors alongside Mongol nobles. He studied different systems of government and showed genuine interest in learning how large settled populations could be governed efficiently. This distinguished him from many earlier commanders whose greatest strengths had been military rather than administrative. Following the death of his brother Mongol Khan in 1259, another succession crisis erupted within the imperial family. Kublai and his younger brother Arik Berk both claimed the title of Great Khan. The conflict developed into a civil war that lasted several years and exposed growing divisions inside the Mongol Empire. Although Kublai ultimately emerged victorious, the struggle permanently changed the empire. For the first time, the unity established by Genghis Khan had begun to weaken. The Western Khanates increasingly acted independently, while Kublai focused his attention on East Asia. He remained the Great Khan in theory, but his direct authority over distant Mongol rulers gradually diminished. Kublai's greatest ambition now lay elsewhere, China. For decades, northern China had been under Mongol control, but the powerful Song dynasty still ruled the wealthy south. Completing the conquest would require one of the largest military operations in medieval history. The campaign lasted many years, massive armies, large river fleets, Chinese engineers, Mongol cavalry. All worked together in a conflict, unlike the fast-moving campaigns of the steppe. When the southern Song finally fell in 1279, China was united under foreign rule for the first time in centuries. To govern this enormous territory, Kublai founded a new imperial dynasty, the Yuan dynasty. Rather than ruling from the Mongolian steppe, he established a permanent imperial court within China itself. It was a decision that would transform not only the Mongol Empire, but the history of China itself. Far to the north, a magnificent new capital was beginning to rise. After establishing the Yuan dynasty, Kublai Khan began transforming the Mongol Empire from a nation of conquerors into one of the most sophisticated governments in the medieval world. While earlier Mongol rulers had spent much of their lives moving across the steppe with their armies, Kublai ruled from permanent capitals, surrounded by administrators, scholars, engineers, and diplomats from across Eurasia. His court reflected the extraordinary diversity of the empire itself. His principal capital was Dardu, the city that would later become modern Beijing. Designed on a grand scale, Dardu was one of the largest and most carefully planned cities of the 13th century. Wide streets divided the city into orderly districts, while enormous palace complexes stood behind high walls at its center. Government officials from China, Mongolia, Persia, and Central Asia worked together within its administration. Merchants arrived from every direction, bringing silk, spices, precious metals and luxury goods from lands separated by thousands of kilometers. Although Dadu served as the political capital, Kublai also maintained another magnificent residence farther north. Known to Europeans as Xanadu and to the Mongols as Shangdu, it functioned as a summer capital where the emperor could escape the intense heat of northern China. Unlike the dense urban landscape of Dadu, Xanadu combined elegant Chinese architecture with the open spaces of the Mongolian steppe. Palaces, gardens, lakes, and hunting grounds surrounded the imperial residence, reflecting both Kublai's Mongol heritage and his adoption of Chinese imperial traditions. For visitors arriving from Europe, the scale of these cities seemed almost impossible to imagine. One of those visitors would become the most famous traveler of the Middle Ages, Marco Polo. Born in Venice around 1254, Marco belonged to a family of merchants already experienced in long-distance trade. His father Niccolo Polo and his uncle Maffi Polo had previously traveled deep into Asia and had established contact with the Mongol court. When they returned east several years later, the young Marco accompanied them on the journey. After crossing Persia, the mountains of Central Asia, and the deserts leading into China, the Polo family eventually reached the court of Kublai Khan. According to Marco Polo's later account, the great Khan welcomed the visitors with curiosity and soon recognized Marco's intelligence, education, and ability to learn new languages. Whether every detail of Marco's story is accurate continues to be debated by historians, but there is broad agreement that he spent many years within territories controlled by the Yuan dynasty and became one of Europe's most important sources of information about East Asia. Marco described a court unlike anything known in medieval Europe. He wrote of enormous palace halls decorated with gold and fine textiles, sophisticated postal stations connecting distant provinces, bustling markets filled with goods from across Asia, and an administration capable of governing millions of people. He also described the widespread use of paper money, a concept almost unimaginable to most Europeans at the time, along with extensive canals, advanced engineering projects, and cities whose populations exceeded those of nearly every European capital. Although some medieval readers doubted his descriptions, believing they were too extraordinary to be true, many of Marco Polo's observations have since been supported by Chinese historical records and archaeological evidence. For Europeans, his book opened a window onto a world that had previously been almost entirely unknown. It revealed an empire whose wealth, organization, and cultural diversity challenged many assumptions held in the West. Under Kublai Khan, the Mongol Empire had become far more than a military power. It had become the center of a connected Eurasian world. By the final decades of the 13th century, the Mongol Empire had reached the greatest territorial extent any contiguous land empire has ever achieved. From the Pacific Ocean to the plains of Eastern Europe, and from the forests of Siberia to the Persian Gulf, millions of people now lived under rulers who traced their authority back to Genghis Khan. Although the empire had gradually become divided into several khanates, its vast territories remained connected through diplomacy, commerce, and a shared Mongol political tradition. Historians often describe this period as the Pax Mongolica. Much like the earlier Pax Romana, it was a time during which long-distance travel and international trade became significantly safer across much of Eurasia. Merchants, diplomats, missionaries, and scholars could move between distant regions with a level of security that had rarely existed before. Caravan routes crossing Central Asia flourished, while goods, technologies, and ideas traveled between East and West on an unprecedented scale. The Silk Road entered one of the most prosperous periods in its long history. Chinese silk reached markets in Persia and the Mediterranean. Spices from India moved northward through Mongol territory. Persian astronomers exchanged knowledge with Chinese scholars. Medical ideas, engineering techniques, and artistic traditions crossed borders that had once been separated by constant warfare. The empire created by conquest gradually became a bridge connecting civilizations that had previously known very little about one another. The Mongol postal system also reached an extraordinary level of efficiency. Thousands of relay stations were established across the empire, allowing official messengers to change horses at regular intervals and continue their journeys without delay. Important information could travel across vast distances far faster than in most other medieval states. This communication network helped governors coordinate administration over territories larger than any previous empire had successfully managed. Trade was not the only thing that moved along these routes. Religions spread, scientific knowledge spread, languages mixed. Diplomatic missions traveled between courts that had once been separated by nearly impassable distances. The Mongol world became one of the first truly interconnected political systems in history. Yet the same roads that carried wealth and knowledge also carried danger. Diseases moved alongside merchants. Political rivalries continued beneath the surface. And as each khanate became increasingly independent, the unity established by Genghis Khan slowly weakened. Kublai Khan ruled a magnificent empire from China, but his authority no longer extended over every branch of the Mongol world with the same strength that his grandfather had once commanded. The Golden Horde, the Ilkhanate and the Chagatai Khanate increasingly pursued their own interests, cooperating when convenient but often acting independently. The empire had reached its greatest size. Perhaps it had also reached its greatest complexity. History has shown many times that expanding an empire is one challenge. Holding it together is another. The Mongol Empire now stretched farther than any ruler could personally govern. Different peoples, different religions, different economies, different ambitions. For a time, extraordinary leadership and remarkable institutions held everything together. But no empire, no matter how powerful, can escape the pressures of time forever. The Mongol Empire had reached the greatest borders in its history. The question now was no longer how it would grow. The question was how it would survive. By the end of the 13th century, the Mongol Empire had reached a size unlike anything the world had seen before. Stretching from the Pacific Ocean to Eastern Europe, it covered more than 20 million square kilometers and governed an extraordinary variety of peoples, languages, and cultures. Although it had originated among the nomadic tribes of the Mongolian steppe only a few generations earlier, it had become the largest contiguous land empire in human history. Yet despite its enormous size, the empire was no longer governed as a single unified state. After the death of Genghis Khan, and especially following the reigns of Mongol and Kublai Khan, the empire gradually evolved into four major khanates. Each was ruled by descendants of Genghis Khan and acknowledged the prestige of the imperial family, but each developed its own administration, priorities, and political interests. In the east stood the Yuan dynasty under Kublai Khan, ruling China from the capital of Dardu. This was the wealthiest and most populous part of the Mongol world, containing millions of farmers, merchants, and craftsmen whose economy differed greatly from the traditional nomadic life of the steppe. Across Central Asia lay the Chagatai Khanate. Named after Genghis Khan's second son, it controlled a vast region of deserts, mountains, and oasis cities that had long connected east and west through the Silk Road. The rulers of this Khanate governed territories where Turkic and Persian cultures had flourished for centuries before the arrival of the Mongols. Farther west stood the Ilkhanate, founded by Hulagu Khan after the conquest of Persia and Mesopotamia. From cities such as Tabriz, its rulers governed lands that included modern Iran, Iraq, and parts of the Caucasus. Over time, the Ilkhans adopted many aspects of Persian administration and culture, demonstrating once again how the Mongols often adapted to the societies they ruled rather than replacing them completely. To the northwest stretched the Golden Horde, controlling the vast grasslands of southern Russia and present-day Ukraine. Its rulers maintained close connections with the traditional nomadic heritage of the Mongols, while also influencing the political development of the Russian principalities for generations. Their control of the steppe ensured that trade routes between Europe and Asia remained open and protected. Together, these four khanates formed an empire unlike any previous political system. Each possessed considerable independence. Each had its own capital, its own court, its own military commanders, yet all traced their legitimacy to a single man, Genghis Khan. This remarkable political structure allowed the empire to govern territories separated by thousands of kilometers without relying on a single centralized administration. At the same time, however, it introduced new challenges. As each khanate pursued its own interests, cooperation became increasingly difficult. The bonds that had once united the empire through personal loyalty and shared conquest gradually gave way to regional priorities and political competition. For the moment, however, those divisions remained largely beneath the surface. To the outside world, the Mongol Empire still appeared, stronger than ever before. Although the Mongol Empire had been created through conquest, its greatest long-term achievement may have been the stability it brought to much of Eurasia. Once the major campaigns had ended, vast regions that had previously been divided by constant warfare became connected under Mongol rule. For merchants, diplomats, and travelers, this created opportunities that had rarely existed on such a scale before. The Silk Road entered one of the most active periods in its history. For centuries, trade between East and West had depended on the political situation along hundreds of different routes. A single war or the collapse of one kingdom could interrupt commerce across an entire region. Under Mongol rule, however, many of these routes were brought under the authority of related governments that shared common interests in protecting trade and encouraging economic activity. Merchants carrying silk from China, spices from India, precious stones from Central Asia, and textiles from Persia could travel across thousands of kilometers with far greater security than had been possible only decades earlier. Caravans passed through deserts, mountains and grasslands while stopping at well-established trading centers that connected the major cities of the empire. The Mongols understood that commerce generated wealth far more effectively than endless warfare. Rather than discouraging merchants, they often granted them official protection. Trade caravans could receive passports known as paisa, which identified them as travelers under Mongol authority. These documents allowed merchants, diplomats, and government officials to move more easily across the empire while receiving assistance at official relay stations when necessary. The famous Yam postal system also played an essential role. Thousands of relay stations were established across the empire, each supplied with fresh horses, food, and accommodation for authorized messengers. Government communications that might once have required months could now cross enormous distances in a fraction of the time. This network became one of the most advanced communication systems of the medieval world and helped maintain coordination between rulers governing territories separated by thousands of kilometers. Trade was only one part of this extraordinary exchange. Ideas traveled alongside merchants. Chinese inventions such as paper-making, printing techniques, and gunpowder gradually spread farther west. Persian advances in astronomy and medicine reached new audiences in the east. Engineers, architects, physicians, and scholars moved between different regions of the empire, sharing knowledge that would influence civilizations for generations. Religious diversity also became a defining feature of the Mongol world. Although individual Khans often favored particular religions, the empire generally allowed remarkable freedom of worship compared with many contemporary states. Buddhists, Muslims, Christians, and followers of traditional beliefs could often practice their faiths without systematic persecution, especially when they remained loyal to Mongol authority. This atmosphere encouraged cultural exchange between societies that had previously known little about one another. By the late 13th century, the Mongol Empire had become far more than a collection of conquered territories. It had become the largest interconnected political and economic system on Earth. No previous land empire had united so much territory under rulers descended from a single dynasty. No previous empire had connected so many different civilizations across one continuous network of trade, diplomacy, and communication, from the shores of the Pacific Ocean to the forests of Eastern Europe. The Mongol Empire stood at the height of its power, but maintaining an empire would prove far more difficult than building one. At its greatest extent, the Mongol Empire stretched across more than 20 million square kilometers, making it the largest contiguous land empire in history. Never before had a single ruling dynasty governed such an enormous territory. From Korea in the east to the plains of Hungary in the west, millions of people now lived under governments established by the descendants of Genghis Khan. Yet the very size of the empire created challenges that no previous ruler had ever faced. Distance was the first obstacle. Although the Yam postal system allowed messages to travel faster than ever before, communication across Eurasia still required weeks or even months. A decision made in Beijing could not immediately influence events in Persia. Governors often had to solve problems independently, while local rulers gradually became more accustomed to making decisions without waiting for approval from the great Khan. Cultural diversity presented another challenge. The Mongols ruled Chinese farmers, Persian scholars, Russian princes, Turkic nomads, Tibetan monks, and countless other peoples whose traditions had developed over many centuries. Governing such different societies required flexibility, but it also meant that each region developed its own political priorities. Religion further reflected this diversity. Some Mongol rulers embraced Buddhism, others converted to Islam. Christian communities continued to exist throughout several regions of the empire. Traditional Mongol beliefs also remained influential among many members of the ruling family. For many years, these differences coexisted peacefully, but they also encouraged the four khanates to develop distinct identities that gradually separated them from one another. Economic interests began to diverge as well. The Yuan dynasty focused on governing China and expanding trade across East Asia. The Ilkhanate strengthened its connections with Persia and the Middle East. The Golden Horde increasingly looked toward the Russian principalities and the Black Sea. The Chagatai Khanate concentrated on Central Asia and the Silk Road. Each Khanate remained proud of its descent from Genghis Khan, yet each now faced different political realities. The bonds that had once united the empire through shared conquest slowly became less important than regional interests. Historians generally agree that this transformation was gradual rather than sudden. There was no single moment when the empire broke apart. Instead, each generation moved a little farther from the world that Genghis Khan had created. The first generation had fought beside him. The second had expanded his empire. The third increasingly governed established states rather than leading new conquests. Success itself had changed the Mongols. The empire that had once been united by constant expansion had reached the limits of practical conquest. Beyond its frontiers lay powerful kingdoms, difficult geography, and diminishing rewards. At the same time, governing existing territories demanded more attention than acquiring new ones. The greatest challenge was no longer winning battles, it was preserving unity. History has shown that many empires collapse because of foreign enemies. The Mongol Empire would face a different problem. Its greatest threat would slowly emerge. From within, the Mongols had conquered almost every land they sought to reach. Now, their greatest struggle would be to hold their own empire together. By the late 13th century, the Mongol Empire controlled more territory than any contiguous land empire in history. Yet despite its extraordinary success, there were still regions beyond its borders that had never accepted Mongol rule. Some lay across vast oceans. Others were protected by dense jungles or powerful local kingdoms. For the first time since the rise of Genghis Khan, the Mongols were beginning to encounter enemies that could not be defeated simply through speed and cavalry tactics. One of the most ambitious campaigns was directed toward Japan. Kublai Khan believed that the Japanese shogunate should recognize the authority of the Yuan dynasty, just as many neighboring states already had. Before resorting to war, he attempted diplomacy. Several official envoys were sent across the sea requesting that Japan acknowledge Mongol supremacy and establish peaceful relations. The Japanese government refused. No formal submission was offered, and in some cases Mongol envoys were treated with open hostility. For Kublai Khan, this rejection could not remain unanswered. In 1274, the first Mongol invasion fleet sailed toward Japan. Unlike earlier campaigns across the Eurasian steppe, This operation depended almost entirely on naval transport. Thousands of soldiers from Mongolia, China, and Korea crossed the sea aboard hundreds of ships, carrying horses, weapons, and supplies. It was one of the largest amphibious military expeditions of the medieval world. The invasion force landed on the islands of Tsushima and Iki before reaching Kyushu. During the first engagements, Japanese warriors encountered Mongol tactics unlike anything they had previously experienced. Coordinated volleys of arrows, disciplined infantry formations, and battlefield communication through drums and signal flags gave the invaders clear advantages during several early engagements. Yet the greatest challenge was not waiting on land. It waited at sea. After the first operations, a violent storm struck the Mongol fleet. Many ships were damaged or destroyed, forcing the commanders to abandon the campaign and return to the mainland. Although the invasion had demonstrated Mongol military strength, it had failed to achieve its political objective. Kublai Khan refused to accept defeat. Preparations immediately began for an even larger invasion. Over the following years, shipyards across China and Korea worked continuously to construct hundreds of new vessels. Supplies were gathered, soldiers recruited, and detailed plans prepared for another attempt. In 1281, the second invasion began. This time, two enormous fleets approached Japan from different directions with the intention of combining before launching the final assault. Contemporary sources describe an expedition involving tens of thousands of soldiers, making it one of the largest naval operations ever attempted before the modern era. But once again, nature intervened. A massive typhoon struck the invasion fleet while many ships remained anchored off the Japanese coast. Hundreds of vessels were wrecked against rocks or driven into one another by powerful winds and waves. Thousands of soldiers drowned before they could even reach the battlefield. The Japanese later remembered this storm as the kamikaze, the divine wind. They believed it had been sent to protect their islands from foreign conquest. Modern historians explain the disaster through meteorology rather than divine intervention. Yet its historical importance cannot be overstated. For the first time in decades, the Mongols had launched two major invasions, and neither had achieved victory. Far to the south, other lands would soon prove just as difficult to conquer. Japan was not the only region where the Mongols discovered that military success had its limits. While Kublai Khan struggled to extend his authority across the sea, other Mongol armies were attempting to expand into Southeast Asia and the Indian subcontinent. These campaigns demonstrated that the tactics which had conquered the open grasslands of Eurasia were not equally effective in every environment. One of the greatest challenges came in present-day Vietnam. During the 13th century, the kingdom of D-Letawani A1, IV I Letawani C7T, occupied a strategically important position between southern China and the trade routes of Southeast Asia. Kublai Khan demanded that its rulers recognize Mongol authority and provide tribute to the Yuan dynasty. Although the Vietnamese court initially attempted diplomacy, it refused to surrender its independence. The first Mongol invasion began in 1258. The Mongol army succeeded in capturing the capital, Thang-Long, but occupying the country proved far more difficult than winning the initial battles. Rather than confronting the invaders in open fields, the Vietnamese commanders withdrew into the countryside, destroying supplies and avoiding large engagements whenever possible. The tropical climate, unfamiliar terrain, and shortage of food quickly weakened the invading army. The Mongols eventually withdrew. Kublai Khan refused to accept this outcome and launched 2 additional invasions during the following decades. Each campaign was larger than the previous one and combined land forces with powerful naval fleets. Yet the Vietnamese continued relying on mobility, local knowledge, and carefully planned ambushes instead of direct confrontation. The decisive moment came in 1288 during the Battle of the B-1E-A-1-CH D-1E-B-1NG River. Vietnamese commander TR-1E-A-7N Hung D-1E-A-1 O prepared one of the most remarkable defensive operations in medieval military history. Hundreds of sharpened wooden stakes were driven into the riverbed below the waterline. At high tide, they remained hidden beneath the surface. The Mongol fleet was deliberately drawn into the river, and when the tide receded, many of the ships became trapped on the concealed stakes. Vietnamese forces then launched a coordinated attack, destroying much of the fleet and forcing another Mongol withdrawal. The defeat ended Kublai Khan's attempts to conquer Vietnam. At almost the same time, Mongol influence also reached the borders of India. Several expeditions crossed the mountains into the northern frontier, raiding settlements and testing the defenses of the Delhi Sultanate. Although the Mongols achieved victories in some campaigns and repeatedly threatened northern India, they never succeeded in conquering the subcontinent. Geography played an important role. The towering Himalayas limited the movement of large armies. The climate differed dramatically from the dry grasslands where Mongol cavalry had traditionally excelled. Powerful local states also adapted their defenses after studying earlier Mongol campaigns, making future invasions increasingly difficult. These experiences revealed an important truth about the Mongol Empire. Its military system remained one of the most effective in history. Its commanders remained among the finest of the medieval world. Yet no army, however disciplined, could overcome every challenge simply by repeating the same methods. Ahead, another battlefield awaited, one where the Mongols would meet an enemy who would hand them one of the most significant defeats in their history. While Kublai Khan struggled in East Asia, another part of the Mongol world faced an equally important challenge in the Middle East. Only a few decades earlier, Hulagu Khan had led one of the most devastating campaigns in Mongol history. In 1258, his armies captured Baghdad, the capital of the Abbasid Caliphate. The city had been one of the greatest centers of learning, commerce, and Islamic civilization for centuries. Its fall shocked the entire Muslim world and marked the end of the Abbasid Caliphate as a major political power. After Baghdad, the Mongol advance continued toward Syria. Aleppo fell. Damascus surrendered. For many observers, it seemed that nothing could stop the Mongol army. The kingdoms and empires that had resisted them across Asia had all eventually collapsed. Many believed that Egypt would soon share the same fate. The Mamluk Sultanate understood the danger better than anyone. Unlike many previous enemies, the Mamluks carefully studied Mongol tactics before meeting them in battle. They recognized the effectiveness of mounted archers, rapid maneuver, and feigned retreats. Rather than underestimating their opponent, they prepared specifically for the type of war the Mongols preferred to fight. In 1260, The two armies met in northern Palestine at a place known as Ein Jalut. The Mongol force was commanded by Kitbuka, one of Hulagu Khan's most trusted generals. Hulagu himself had returned east after the death of great Khan Mernk, taking much of the main army with him to deal with the imperial succession. As a result, the Mongol force that remained in Syria was significantly smaller than the armies that had conquered Persia and Baghdad. The Mamluks were led by Sultan Qutuz and the brilliant commander Baybars. Both men understood that allowing the Mongols to invade Egypt would threaten the survival of their entire state. They therefore chose to confront the invaders before they could advance any farther. The battle began with a familiar Mongol tactic. Light cavalry attacked before appearing to withdraw. For decades, this maneuver had drawn enemy armies into disorder. This time, however, the Mamluks remained disciplined. Baybars deliberately used controlled movements to absorb the attack, while hidden reserve forces waited for the right moment. As the fighting intensified, the Mamluks launched a powerful counterattack from multiple directions. The Mongol army, accustomed to dictating the pace of battle, suddenly found itself under increasing pressure. After hours of fierce combat, Kitbuka was captured and later executed. The Mongol army retreated. For the first time, a major Mongol field army had been decisively defeated in open battle by an organized regional power. Modern historians regard the Battle of Ein Jalut as one of the most significant turning points of the medieval world. The victory did not destroy the Mongol Empire, nor did it end Mongol power in the Middle East, but it demonstrated something that had once seemed impossible. The Mongols could be defeated. During the following years, the Ilkhanate and the Mamluks fought several additional campaigns, with victories and defeats on both sides. Yet the dream of extending Mongol rule across Egypt and North Africa would never be realized. By the end of the 13th century, the Mongol Empire had reached the natural limits of its expansion. The sea protected Japan. The jungles protected Vietnam. The mountains protected India. And at Ain Jalut, the Mamluks protected the Middle East. The empire that had conquered more land than any other in history had finally reached borders it could not cross. For centuries, historians have asked a simple question. How did a relatively small population from the Mongolian steppe conquer more territory than any other contiguous land empire in history? Superior horsemanship was certainly one answer. Exceptional leadership was another, yet neither fully explains the scale of the Mongol success. Their greatest advantage lay elsewhere. It was their ability to gather information, move it rapidly across enormous distances, and use it more effectively than their enemies. Long before a Mongol army appeared on the horizon, its commanders often knew far more about the region than the defenders themselves. Merchants, diplomats, travelers, and local informants all became valuable sources of intelligence. As the empire expanded, an extensive network of scouts and agents collected information about roads, rivers, mountain passes, climate, food supplies, and political conditions. The Mongols understood that every campaign began long before the first battle. Knowing an enemy's strengths and weaknesses often proved more valuable than simply having a larger army. Their intelligence network also focused on politics. The Mongols carefully studied rival kingdoms, searching for internal divisions that could be exploited. They learned which rulers distrusted one another, which cities were dissatisfied with their governments, and which local leaders might be persuaded to change sides. Rather than fighting every enemy at full strength, they often ensured that their opponents were already divided before the campaign even began. Accurate maps became another essential weapon. Although medieval maps were rarely as precise as modern ones, Mongol commanders gathered geographical information throughout every campaign. Rivers, mountain passes, water sources, and major settlements were carefully recorded and shared with future armies. Every successful expedition expanded the empire's geographical knowledge, allowing later campaigns to be planned with far greater confidence. Communication was equally important. The Yam relay system, originally developed to improve administration across the empire, also became one of the greatest military communication networks of the medieval world. Relay stations were established at regular intervals, each supplied with fresh horses and provisions. Official messengers could travel day and night, changing mounts at every station without losing valuable time. Orders that might have required weeks to deliver in other states could often reach distant Mongol commanders in only a matter of days. This system gave Mongol generals an enormous strategic advantage. Armies operating hundreds of kilometers apart could still coordinate their movements with remarkable precision. A commander on one frontier could receive updated instructions, while another army launched a simultaneous offensive far away. Such coordination astonished many of the empire's enemies, who often believed they were facing several unrelated invasions rather than a single carefully planned campaign. Behind every successful army stood an equally impressive logistical system. Each warrior typically rode with several spare horses, allowing exhausted animals to be replaced without slowing the advance. Herds accompanied the army, providing food, transport, and fresh mounts throughout long campaigns. Supplies were organized well in advance, while local resources were used whenever possible to reduce the burden on supply lines. The result was an army capable of moving faster than almost any opponent. Speed did not depend only on skilled riders. It depended on preparation, planning, information, and a military organization that understood logistics as thoroughly as it understood combat. Yet intelligence and communication alone could never bring down the walls of the world's greatest cities. For that, the Mongols would master an entirely different kind of warfare. One of the greatest misconceptions about the Mongol Empire is that its armies relied only on cavalry. Fast-moving horse archers certainly formed the core of Mongol military power, but they could not conquer heavily fortified cities by themselves. As the empire expanded into China, Central Asia, and the Middle East, the Mongols encountered some of the strongest defensive systems in the medieval world. Rather than avoiding these challenges, they learned from them. This willingness to adapt became one of their greatest strengths. Whenever the Mongols conquered a new region, they did not simply seize its wealth. They also recruited its craftsmen, engineers, and skilled workers. Chinese siege engineers, Persian architects, Muslim metalworkers, and specialists from many other civilizations were incorporated into the Mongol war machine. Talent mattered more than origin. Anyone whose knowledge could strengthen the empire was considered valuable. Chinese engineers proved especially important. For centuries, Chinese states had developed sophisticated siege technologies to attack and defend fortified cities. The Mongols quickly recognized the value of this expertise. Engineers who had once served the Jin and Song dynasties were employed to design, construct, and operate powerful siege weapons for the Mongol armies. Among the most effective of these weapons were large counterweight trebuchets, capable of launching enormous stone projectiles over great distances. These machines could gradually destroy walls that had previously seemed impossible to breach. During long sieges, they also hurled burning materials and other projectiles into defended cities, placing constant pressure on the defenders. Gunpowder technology also played an increasingly important role. Although gunpowder had been invented in China centuries earlier, the Mongols helped spread knowledge of its military applications across much of Eurasia. During sieges, armies sometimes employed explosive bombs, incendiary projectiles, and early gunpowder weapons designed to create confusion, fires, and panic inside fortified cities. While these devices were still primitive compared with later firearms, they represented an important stage in the global development of military technology. The Mongols rarely depended on a single method of attack. Instead, they combined different technologies according to the situation they faced. If a city surrendered peacefully, destruction could often be avoided. If resistance continued, siege engines, engineers, and psychological pressure were used together until the defenders lost hope. Every campaign became a lesson. Every victory expanded Mongol knowledge. Every new enemy introduced techniques that could later be adapted against someone else. This flexibility distinguished the Mongols from many of their rivals. Some medieval armies relied almost entirely on traditions inherited from earlier generations. The Mongols constantly evolved. They willingly adopted better weapons, better engineering, better tactics, regardless of where those innovations originated. For Genghis Khan and his successors, there was no shame in learning from others. The only mistake was refusing to learn. By combining the knowledge of dozens of civilizations, the Mongols created one of the most adaptable military systems the medieval world had ever seen. And behind many of its greatest victories stood one commander whose understanding of strategy would influence military history for centuries. Among all the commanders who served the Mongol Empire, none demonstrated the principles of Mongol warfare more completely than Subutai. Born around 1175 as the son of a blacksmith, he did not belong to one of the great aristocratic clans of the steppe. Under the traditional tribal system, a man of his background would have had little opportunity to command large armies. Yet Genghis Khan judged men by their ability rather than their ancestry, and Subutai became one of the greatest examples of the merit-based system that transformed the Mongol Empire. Over the course of his career, Subutai participated in campaigns stretching from northern China to eastern Europe. He fought in mountains, deserts, forests, and open grasslands, adapting his methods to every new battlefield he encountered. Unlike many commanders of the medieval world, he never relied on a single formula for victory. Every campaign was carefully studied before it began, and every decision reflected detailed preparation rather than simple courage. One of Subutai's greatest strengths was operational planning. He understood that wars were rarely won by a single battle. Instead, he designed entire campaigns in which multiple armies advanced toward the same objective from different directions. These forces often operated hundreds of kilometers apart, yet they remained coordinated through the Mongol communication system. Their movements were timed so precisely that separate armies could arrive almost simultaneously, surrounding an enemy before it fully understood the situation. Subutai also mastered the art of strategic deception. The famous feigned retreat became one of his most effective weapons, but he employed it with remarkable discipline. Retreats were planned in advance rather than improvised. Units withdrew in carefully organized formations, tempting enemy commanders to abandon their defensive positions. Once the opposing army had been drawn into unfavorable terrain or stretched beyond its supporting forces, hidden Mongol units struck from multiple directions. Many opponents believed they were pursuing a defeated army, only to discover they had entered a carefully prepared trap. His campaigns demonstrated an exceptional understanding of logistics as well. Subutai planned routes that ensured his armies always had access to fresh horses, water, and supplies. He coordinated long-distance marches across regions that many contemporary commanders considered impossible to cross with large armies. During the invasion of Europe, Mongol forces advanced across thousands of kilometers while maintaining communication and supporting one another with extraordinary precision. Few military leaders before the modern era had successfully directed operations on such a scale. Modern military historians frequently compare Subutai with commanders such as Hannibal, Napoleon, and Erich von Manstein, because all three excelled at operational maneuver and strategic planning. While every historical comparison has its limitations, there is broad agreement that Subutai belongs among the greatest commanders in military history. He fought in more than 60 major campaigns, won the overwhelming majority of his battles, and helped create an empire that reshaped the political map of Eurasia. Perhaps his greatest achievement was not any single victory. It was the military system he helped perfect. Planning before action, intelligence before movement, coordination before battle. These principles remain fundamental to military strategy even today. Although technology has changed dramatically since the 13th century, many of the concepts employed by modern armies can still be recognized in the campaigns planned by Subutai more than 700 years ago. The Mongol army had become one of the most effective fighting forces the world had ever seen. Its commanders had mastered speed, discipline, adaptation, technology, and strategy, yet no army, however powerful, could protect an empire forever. The greatest danger would not come from beyond its borders, it would come from within. At its height, the Mongol Empire stretched across more than 20 million square kilometers and united lands from the Pacific Ocean to Eastern Europe. No previous contiguous land empire had ruled such an enormous territory. Yet history has repeatedly shown that the greatest danger to a vast empire often comes not from foreign enemies, but from internal division. The Mongol Empire would prove no exception. The first signs of this problem appeared after the death of Genghis Khan himself. Although the succession to Ögedei Khan had been settled through the traditional Kurultai, every change of ruler brought new political rivalries among the descendants of the imperial family. Sons, grandsons, and great-grandsons of Genghis Khan all belonged to the ruling Borjigin dynasty, and many believed they possessed a legitimate claim to supreme authority. As each generation passed, the number of potential heirs increased, making every succession more complicated than the last. These disputes did not always lead immediately to open war. Many were resolved through negotiation and compromise. Others, however, developed into prolonged political struggles that weakened the unity of the empire. The death of Mongol Khan in 1259 marked one of the most important turning points. His brothers Kublai and Arik Berk each claimed the title of Great Khan, leading to a civil war that lasted several years. Although Kublai eventually emerged victorious, the conflict permanently changed the political structure of the Mongol world. For the first time, members of the imperial family fought one another not as rival tribal leaders, but as rulers of competing states. The consequences extended far beyond Mongolia. The four great khanates increasingly pursued their own interests rather than acting together as parts of a single empire. The Yuan dynasty concentrated on governing China. The Ilkhanate focused on Persia and the Middle East. The Chagatai Khanate sought influence in Central Asia, while the Golden Horde expanded its authority across the Western Steppe and the Russian principalities. Each Khanate continued to honor the memory of Genghis Khan. Each traced its legitimacy to the same imperial family. Yet practical cooperation became increasingly rare. Diplomatic disagreements multiplied. Trade disputes emerged. Military alliances shifted according to regional interests rather than imperial unity. On several occasions, Mongol armies even found themselves fighting other Mongol armies. Such conflicts would have been almost unimaginable during the lifetime of Genghis Khan. His greatest achievement had been the unification of the steppe. Now that unity was slowly disappearing. Historians generally agree that there was no single moment when the Mongol Empire suddenly collapsed. Instead, its authority gradually fragmented as each khanate developed into an increasingly independent state. The title of Great Khan still existed, but its ability to influence distant rulers became weaker with every passing generation. The empire remained enormous. Its armies remained powerful. Its trade routes still connected much of Eurasia. Yet beneath that appearance of strength, the foundations of unity were beginning to crack, and soon another crisis would accelerate the decline of the greatest land empire the world had ever known. Political division was not the only challenge facing the Mongol Empire during the 14th century. Even as the Khanates became increasingly independent, another crisis emerged that no ruler, army, or military strategy could control. It began quietly along the trade routes that had once represented the empire's greatest achievement. The Silk Road had transformed Eurasia. For generations, merchants had carried silk, spices, precious metals, paper, porcelain, and countless other goods between East and West. Cities prospered as trade expanded, while the Mongol postal network allowed people, ideas, and technologies to move across enormous distances with unprecedented speed. Yet the same routes that carried prosperity also carried disease. During the middle of the 14th century, the outbreak known today as the Black Death spread across much of Eurasia. Although historians continue to debate the precise origins and pathways of the pandemic, there is broad agreement that the interconnected trade networks linking Asia, the Middle East, and Europe allowed the disease to travel far more rapidly than earlier epidemics. The consequences were catastrophic. Entire communities disappeared. Major commercial centers lost large portions of their populations. Agricultural production declined as farmers died or abandoned their land. Trade slowed dramatically as merchants avoided dangerous routes and governments struggled to contain the spread of disease. The Mongol Empire depended heavily upon the movement of people and goods across its vast territories. When that movement declined, the economic strength of the empire declined with it. Taxes became more difficult to collect. Trade revenues decreased. Maintaining communication across such enormous distances became increasingly expensive. Local rulers were forced to rely more heavily on their own resources rather than support from distant allies. The Black Death did not destroy the Mongol Empire by itself. Many historians caution against viewing the pandemic as a single cause of collapse. Instead, it acted as a powerful force that accelerated problems already developing within the empire. Political rivalries, regional independence, and weakening central authority had existed for decades. The pandemic intensified each of these weaknesses by reducing population, disrupting commerce, and placing additional pressure on governments that were already struggling to cooperate. At the same time, the great Khanates drifted even farther apart. The Yuan dynasty in China faced growing internal unrest. The Ilkhanate in Persia fragmented after the death of strong rulers. The Chagatai Khanate experienced repeated succession disputes. The Golden Horde confronted both internal rivalries and increasing resistance from neighboring powers. By the second half of the 14th century, coordinated action between the four Khanates had become increasingly rare. Each state focused primarily on its own survival. The vision of a single empire stretching across Eurasia gradually gave way to several independent kingdoms connected more by shared ancestry than by shared government. The Mongol Empire had once united continents through conquest. Now, disease, economic decline, and political division were slowly pulling it apart. The greatest victories of Genghis Khan could no longer hold the empire together. Its final chapter was about to begin. By the end of the 14th century, the empire founded by Genghis Khan no longer existed as a single political power. The Yuan dynasty had been overthrown in China in 1368 when the Ming dynasty captured Dadu, forcing the Mongol rulers to retreat to the steppe. In Persia, the Ilkhanate had already fragmented into several competing states following the death of Abu Sa'id in 1335. The Chagatai Khanate had divided into eastern and western realms, while the Golden Horde struggled with repeated civil wars that steadily weakened its authority over the western steppe. None of these states disappeared overnight. Each continued to influence the regions it governed for many years, but the unified empire created by Genghis Khan had come to an end. Historians often emphasize that the Mongol Empire did not collapse because it suffered one catastrophic military defeat. Unlike many earlier empires, it was not destroyed by a single invading army or a decisive battle. Instead, its decline resulted from a combination of political fragmentation, succession disputes, economic difficulties, and changing regional priorities. The very system that had allowed the empire to expand so rapidly eventually made it increasingly difficult to govern as later generations pursued their own ambitions. Ironically, many of the empire's greatest strengths also became long-term challenges. Its enormous size made communication increasingly difficult. Its success encouraged regional rulers to build powerful local governments. Its extensive trade network created prosperity, but also connected distant crises across Eurasia. As each Khanate became more independent, the idea of one supreme ruler gradually lost its practical meaning. Yet the end of the empire did not erase the changes it had brought to the world. Trade routes continued linking east and west. Diplomatic contacts established during the Mongol period survived for generations. New technologies and ideas continued moving across Eurasia along pathways that had flourished under Mongol protection. Many of the political borders established during the Mongol era influenced the development of later states throughout Russia, Central Asia, and China. Even after the empire itself disappeared, its impact remained visible. Perhaps this is why historians continue to study the Mongols with such fascination. Their empire existed for only a relatively short period compared with civilizations such as Rome or China. Yet during that time, it transformed the political geography of Eurasia more dramatically than almost any other empire in history. The Mongol Empire had fallen. Its banners no longer flew across continents. Its armies no longer crossed the endless steppe. Its rulers no longer gathered beneath a single Kurultai. But history would never forget what Genghis Khan and his successors had accomplished. The empire was gone. Its legacy was only beginning. More than 8 centuries have passed since Genghis Khan united the tribes of the Mongolian steppe. His empire disappeared long ago. Its armies no longer march across Eurasia. Its rulers no longer govern from Karakoram or Dardu. Yet the world we know today still bears the marks of the empire he created. Few historical figures have influenced the political geography of Eurasia as profoundly as Genghis Khan. Many of today's national borders developed within regions that were once governed by the Mongols. Although modern states emerged centuries later through their own unique histories, the political landscape created during the Mongol period shaped the development of numerous kingdoms and empires that followed. In Russia, the influence of the Mongol Empire remained visible for generations. After the Mongol conquest of the Rus principalities, local princes gradually adapted to governing within the political system established by the Golden Horde. The Grand Principality of Moscow eventually grew in power while serving as a tax collector for the Mongol rulers. Historians continue to debate the extent of this influence, but many agree that the political centralization that later characterized the Russian state developed in part during this period. China experienced an equally important transformation. The Yuan dynasty, established by Kublai Khan, became the first foreign dynasty to unite all of China under one ruler. Although the Ming dynasty later replaced Mongol rule, many administrative institutions developed or expanded during the Yuan period continue to influence Chinese government. Beijing also became firmly established as one of China's principal political centers, a position it still holds today. Across Central Asia, the legacy of the Mongol Empire can be seen in both politics and culture. The empire brought together regions that had previously belonged to different kingdoms and civilizations. Turkic and Mongol traditions became increasingly intertwined, while trade, migration, and cultural exchange reshaped the societies of the steppe. Many later khanates and regional powers traced their legitimacy directly to Genghis Khan and proudly claimed descent from his family. Perhaps no achievement better illustrates the global impact of the Mongol Empire than the revival of the Silk Road. Long before the modern concept of globalization existed, merchants traveled safely across thousands of kilometers under Mongol protection. Chinese silk reached European markets. Persian merchants traded with cities in East Asia. Technologies, scientific knowledge, and artistic traditions moved across Eurasia with unprecedented speed. Although these exchanges did not begin with the Mongols, they expanded dramatically under the stability created by the empire. Modern historians often describe this period as one of the first great eras of intercontinental connection. Ideas traveled alongside goods, religions crossed frontiers, diplomats reached lands that had previously seemed unimaginably distant. The Mongol Empire did not simply conquer territories, it connected civilizations. Its political institutions eventually disappeared, but the world it helped create continued to evolve, and perhaps its greatest legacy was still to be found. The legacy of Genghis Khan extends far beyond the borders of the empire he created. Although his armies disappeared centuries ago, many of the military principles developed during the Mongol conquests continue to influence strategic thinking even today. Historians and military academies frequently study Mongol campaigns because they demonstrate how intelligence, mobility, logistics, and careful planning can determine the outcome of wars long before the first battle begins. One of Genghis Khan's most important contributions was the promotion of merit over noble birth. Throughout much of the medieval world, military leadership often depended upon family connections and inherited status. The Mongol Empire followed a different path. Commanders such as Subutai and Gebe rose to the highest ranks because of their ability rather than their ancestry. This emphasis on competence created an army in which talented individuals could earn responsibility regardless of their social background. Although no medieval system was entirely free from political influence, the Mongol approach represented a significant departure from many contemporary traditions. Modern military historians also recognize the importance of Mongol operational planning. Campaigns were prepared months or even years in advance. Intelligence networks collected information before armies moved. Multiple forces operated across enormous distances while remaining carefully coordinated through communication systems and detailed logistical planning. Many of these principles remain fundamental elements of military doctrine today, even though modern armies rely upon technologies that Genghis Khan could never have imagined. The legacy of Genghis Khan has also become the subject of scientific research. In 2003, a widely discussed genetic study suggested that an unusually large number of men across Asia share a Y chromosome lineage that originated in Mongolia roughly 8 centuries ago. The researchers proposed that this genetic pattern could be connected to Genghis Khan and his close male relatives, whose descendants occupied positions of extraordinary power throughout the empire. The study estimated that millions of men might belong to this lineage. The hypothesis attracted worldwide attention. Many later studies have supported the existence of this widespread genetic lineage, although historians and geneticists continue to debate whether it can be attributed specifically to Genghis Khan himself, or more broadly to the ruling Borjigin family. Because DNA evidence from Genghis Khan has never been recovered, absolute certainty remains impossible. Archaeology continues to reveal new information about the Mongol Empire as well. Excavations in Mongolia, China, and Central Asia have uncovered cities, fortifications, workshops, and burial sites that offer valuable insights into everyday life during the Mongol period. Advanced technologies such as satellite imagery, aerial surveys, and ground-penetrating radar have helped researchers identify ancient settlements and forgotten routes without disturbing fragile archaeological sites. Each new discovery adds another piece to the story. The Mongol Empire is no longer understood only through medieval chronicles. Archaeology, genetics, environmental science, and historical research continue to reshape our understanding of one of history's most influential civilizations. More than 800 years after Genghis Khan's death, scholars are still making new discoveries, and perhaps the greatest mystery of all still remains unsolved. Perhaps no historical figure has inspired as many legends as Genghis Khan. Over the centuries, stories about his life have grown far beyond the surviving historical records. Some describe him as an unstoppable conqueror who never knew defeat. Others portray him as a ruthless destroyer responsible only for war and devastation. Between these two extremes lies a far more complex historical figure, one whose life continues to be studied, debated, and reinterpreted by historians around the world. Modern scholarship presents a more balanced picture. There is no doubt that the Mongol conquests brought enormous suffering to many regions. Cities were destroyed, populations were displaced, and countless lives were lost during decades of warfare. Contemporary chroniclers often recorded scenes of extraordinary violence, and archaeology confirms that several regions experienced profound demographic and political change following the Mongol invasions. At the same time, historians also recognize that the Mongol Empire transformed Eurasia in ways that extended far beyond the battlefield. It encouraged long-distance trade, connected distant civilizations, protected merchants traveling across the Silk Road, promoted the exchange of technology, science, and ideas, created one of history's most efficient communication networks, and demonstrated forms of military organization that influenced warfare for centuries. Like many great historical figures, Genghis Khan cannot be understood through a single label. To some nations, he remains a conqueror. To others, he is remembered as the founder of a state. In modern Mongolia, he is widely regarded as the father of the nation and a symbol of unity and independence. His image appears on monuments, airports, universities, and even the national currency. Elsewhere, memories of the Mongol conquests are often shaped by the experiences of societies that faced invasion and destruction. History rarely offers simple heroes or villains. It offers people, decisions, consequences, and the lasting impact those decisions leave upon the world. Perhaps that is why Genghis Khan continues to fascinate us more than 8 centuries after his death. His tomb has never been found. Many questions about his life remain unanswered. New archaeological discoveries continue to reshape our understanding of his empire. Even today, historians still debate aspects of his campaigns, his administration, and his legacy. Yet one fact remains beyond dispute. The young boy who once struggled to keep his family alive on the cold Mongolian steppe built the largest contiguous land empire in human history. His empire eventually disappeared. Its armies faded into history. Its rulers were replaced by new dynasties. But the world they helped shape never returned to what it had been before. Trade, politics, military strategy, cultural exchange. The history of Eurasia was permanently changed. That is the true legacy of Genghis Khan, not simply the lands he conquered, but the world he transformed. And now, our journey across the Mongolian steppe comes to an end. Thank you for spending this time with me and for exploring one of history's most extraordinary stories. Wherever you are in the world, I hope this journey has helped you relax, unwind, and drift peacefully towards sleep. Until our next adventure, sleep well, night companion.